before you know it. Jago Homes, where life happens.
For our fans along the shoreline and watching and listening at home through Concept Sound and Light, expected to go back to closed course racing coming up here at 1 o'clock or a little bit after 1. So stand by. Closed course racing will resume at 1 or a little bit after here at the 2022 Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes. We're not only running for the Summer Nationals today for the Grand Prix boats, all classes are running for the North American Championships as well. The GPAs will run for their North Americans tomorrow, but our other inboard classes today and tomorrow are competing for the APBA Inboard North American Championships. Also, too, this weekend, this is a part of the APBA Inboard Championship Challenge. Inboard hydroplane and flat bottom racing. A whole realm of cities hosting races throughout the year. Part of the APBA Inboard Challenge, East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, everybody involved with the APBA Inboard Challenge. To learn more about the challenge, you can go to the World Wide Web at www.apba.org/category.html. Our APBA Inboard Championship Challenge sponsors include Dometic Outdoor, Power Mist Racing Fuels,
whether you're a
and
contractor
Leo's
or
Vacation Center.
Sunbelt Rentals is committed to making it easy to get the tools and equipment you need. With a vast network of locations across the U.S. and Canada, no one brings more yes to your project. Our broad inventory and dedicated team of experts makes equipment rental absolutely available, positively reliable, and unquestionably easy. Visit sunbeltrentals.com to reserve your equipment or find a location near you.
You can build your dream home. As a renter, you're living in someone else's space and subject to their rules. When you build your brand new Jago home, you have total control over everything that goes into it and can personalize your home exactly the way you want. From colors to countertops to flooring, it's all uniquely built to your needs. A new Jago home is the way to make your dreams a reality. So, just what are the benefits of home ownership? Cost, Owning a home is more affordable than renting. While a new home may at first appear more expensive than renting, it can be more cost-efficient over time and save you money. With low fixed-rate mortgages available and rising rent costs, buying a brand new Jago home can be the best fit for you. Investment. One of the best benefits of home ownership is building equity, which is the difference between the market value of your home and the amount you still owe. Instead of your money disappearing in rent each month, you'll invest in your own home that will become more valuable over time. When you buy a brand new Jago home, your equity steadily grows. Stability. With a fixed-rate mortgage, your monthly payment does not change, while your monthly rent payment can go up frequently.
Get ready, flag
Since
down
your
your crane
monthly mortgage
operator.
payment is stable, you can
the
plan
crane.
your budget with confidence. And remember, the property taxes on your home are tax deductible. For more information about the advantages, options, and competitive rates for a brand new Jago home, talk with one of our loan experts. Value. Your home can grow in value over time. Quite simply, the land your brand new Jago home is built on appreciates because it's in limited supply. No one is producing any more earth. And as the population increases, so does the demand for quality homes and land, driving the price up over time. Invest in a brand new Jago home, and the value should increase each year you own it. For more information, visit our Home Loan Learning Center. Community. Investing in a brand new Jago home is a big step. Home ownership is more stable and gives you stronger social ties to your community. Research shows homeowners gain a sense of stability when they settle into their home, and they contribute to the stability of their community. A homeowner moves less frequently than renters and stay in their home for a longer period of time. Jago Homes would be proud to be your home builder. When you're ready to take the next step to owning a brand new Jago home, click or call to talk with a Jago Homes online sales consultant. Jago Homes, where life happens.
If I was going to recommend South Central Bank to one of my colleagues or family members, I would tell them to look at the things that they can do. And they're very eager to help you with whatever situation that you want as far as business. They will really work with you in the trend that your business is going, and is very, very helpful. And that's what I would recommend to one of our friends that has a small business. I've had a lot of help.
Good afternoon, guests and race fans. Welcome to Owensboro, Kentucky for day number 2 of 3 of activity here on the Ohio River for the 2022 Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes. My name's Jeff Ayler. I'm from Madison, Indiana, high atop the Owensboro Convention Center, overlooking this marvelous 1 1/4 mile race course cut out here in Owensboro on the Ohio River. Our pit reporter, backstretch turn 2 race caller is John Tomey out of Maryland. John, good afternoon. You got a copy?
10-4, Mr. Ayler. Good afternoon. We're ready to go. Second half of the day.
And John, with that, we'll have our afternoon card today for inboard and Grand Prix, and to give our fans an update along the shoreline and watching at home through Concept Sound and Light, our live stream and audio provider this weekend. 3 heats of GPs, and we've had some attrition, and unfortunately, I'm hearing that the GP20, the Trust Company presents Miss Jago Holmes with Ed Preston, went through their second motor of the weekend, and unfortunately, it appears we won't see the 20 the rest of the day and into tomorrow. It's a tough break. They have worked so hard to get this boat up and going, but boy, the engine gremlins just don't go away, it seems like.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Jago Holmes team, the 20 not going to be able to make it the rest of the weekend with that engine problem, second one of the weekend. That's a lot of money, a lot of time. So they'll get it straight, get it sound back up, and probably be ready for San Diego later on in September.
There was a problem, John, with the GP14 River City printing. Any updates on your end in the pit area from Brandon Kennedy, the driver in that team?
No updates as of yet. I'm kind of letting that simmer a little bit before I go to make any questions on that. They do have the Callan off, and they're working on both the 14 and the 35. If I get an update, I'll let you know.
Thank you, John. I did get word the 35, the Kentucky Tile Distributors of Bobby Kennedy, understand work was feverishly happening on the Kentucky Tile Distributors. So those were our 3 boats we were concerned most about in Grand Prix. And as soon as we get updates on the 14 and 35, we'll pass those along to you as soon as possible. Supporters of American Hydroplane events, race operations, sponsors include Ace Welding and Fabrications, Moit Concrete, Rhodes and Curry Construction, Cash Wagner and Associates. Also, thank you goes out to Lincoln Industries, race operations supporters of American Hydroplane events. American Hydroplane Events would like to thank department leaders, race operations. They include Chip Wood, Paul Wayman, Ben Warren, Ben Wood, and Terry Labe. Water operations, Scott Shank, along with the Outboard Boating Club of Evansville. Hospitality, big thank you goes out to Nancy Warren, Kelly Labe, Ashley Ling, Jenna Meserve, Andy Meserve, Jordan Case, and Aaron Wood. Well over 150 volunteers at this year's 2022 Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Holmes. Race fans and guests, let's give a round of applause to all our volunteers. Also, too, our safety and rescue personnel, they've been in business so far this morning, but they're the last person we want to call on. We hope they're the most bored people at the race site, but without them, we cannot race. We would like to thank command personnel, Battalion Chief Coulter Tate with the Owensboro Fire Department, Larry Kroc, HydroFair Rescue Command, Keith Otzman, HydroFair Rescue Operations, Tim Kroc, HydroFair Rescue Safety. Our rescue teams include the Mars Township Fire Department, Perry Township Fire Department, Henderson Fire Department, and the Owensboro Fire Department. Let's give a round of applause to our safety and rescue team. Also, too, on the Ohio River, the races would not happen without the direction of the United States Coast Guard with the Ohio Valley Auxiliary. Most of our members are based out of Louisville, Kentucky. Let's thank William Miller, Rick Gornflow, and Dalton Johnson, not only for being Coast Guard ball and strike callers, but your service to America. A big thank you to the city of Owensboro, Kentucky for hosting the HydroFair again. Few cities around the country can host an event like this, but here in Owensboro, you get to enjoy an incredible weekend of racing along this amazing downtown riverfront. That is something you should be proud of. Thank you to the city of Owensboro and all their great sponsors. When water activity concludes today here on the Ohio River for day number 2 of 3 of the Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes, there is more activity on the shoreline this evening here in Owensboro. Last night was the traditional Friday after 5. Great crowd attending last night at Friday after 5. And tonight, coming up will be the Downtown Summer Jam and Lights on the Ohio. Don't forget, the party is just getting started today. Downtown Summer Jam live music begins at 7 p.m. in the McConnell Plaza, and you do not want to miss the Lights on the Ohio show at 8:30. It will be a pyro musical with bridge lights and fireworks, all set to a great soundtrack that everyone will enjoy. Tonight at 7 starts Downtown Summer Jam and Lights on the Ohio. Visit Owensboro would like to thank everyone for coming to the Owensboro HydroFair. Be sure to check out all of the amazing local restaurants, breweries, and boutiques our Kentucky Gym has to offer, provided through visitowensboro.com. I'd like to thank one of our sponsors for this year's HydroFair. We welcome back Sunbelt Rentals. No matter the size of your project, you can rely on the experienced team at Sunbelt Rentals in Owensboro to provide the equipment and tools you need to make it happen. Visit sunbeltrentals.com for store details. I'd like to thank our start-finish line sponsor again in 2022, South Central Bank. South Central Bank is designed to make a difference in the prosperity of our customers and communities. Our slogan encapsulates who we are: small enough to know you, big enough to help. We invest in our customers' dreams and the hard work they do to support their families and communities. With that in mind, we are not just a community bank, we are part of the communities we serve and have a genuine desire to support growth and development. Call or visit us today at any one of our locations on Carter Road, Frederica Street, or Highway 54. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, our start-finish line sponsor, South Central Bank. Graber Crane Service is our crane provider for the Owensboro HydroFair, serving the crane and rigging needs of Indiana, Illinois, and Kentucky since 1975, with yards in Evansville and Washington, Indiana. A quote from one of their customers coming from Greg Matt of Regal Incorporated: Graber Crane Service has provided us great service for 20 years plus. We count on their professionalism, job planning, and safety. Regal is glad to have Graber as a part of our team on many jobs. Thank you to our crane provider, Graber Crane Service. New with us in 2022 is Owensboro Health, sponsor of the HydroFair here in Owensboro. Are you thinking about a knee or hip replacement? The Mako Smart Robotic System at Owensboro Health Regional Hospital could mean less pain and a smoother recovery. With advanced Mako technology, your surgery is tailored to fit your body type, which means less cutting and more healing. Mako joint replacement, now available at Owensboro Health Regional Hospital. For our fans along the shoreline, apologize for the delay. Boats are being lowered into the water. Coming up, we'll have the A qualifier, that is the 2.5-liter modified division. That will be followed by the National Modified Grand National Hydroplane qualifier. Then we'll go into the 350 qualifier. Then at approximately 2 o'clock, we'll go back with Grand Prix 2A, followed by GP 2B, and then GP 2C. After the GP second set of heats, we'll have 1 liter combined, 2.5 stock, National Mod GNH combined, A boat, 350, and our final race of today on Saturday will be the GP APBA Summer Nationals Championship. Watching our live stream courtesy of Concept Sound and Light. See our camera focused on the GP35, the Kentucky Tile Distributors, driven by Bobby Kennedy. They were leading GP1C, then went dead in the water inside turn number 2, working the second lap. And right now, Ron and Sandy Thompson, the owners, that crew working feverishly to get this 35 Kentucky Tile Distributors back into activity as they'll slide into Heat 2C later this afternoon on our race card. Apologize for the delay, just some final things to button up. Welcome to Owensboro. We'll be racing in just a bit. For our fans along the shoreline, just join us approximately 5 minutes away from our 2.5 modified qualifier. I'm Jeff Ayler, high atop the Owensboro Convention Center. John Tomey is our pit reporter. If you're just joining us this afternoon, these inboard hydroplane races are started on a clock start format. The inboard divisions, with the exception of GP, you'll hear a series of clock countdowns throughout the afternoon. The first one is the 1 to the 5 that indicates to the officials drivers are strapped in their boats set to go 6 minutes before the start. The next critical clock down you will hear is at the 5-minute period. That is when the drivers can leave the English Park pit area, warm their engines up, and also to be in communication with their spotters along the shoreline. The name of the game in inboard hydroplane racing is the South Central Bank start-finish line. You want to be at this start-finish line buoy at full song, full throttle without jumping the gun. And if you jump the gun, you're issued a 1-minute penalty on elapsed time, which takes you away from victory. All divisions, all classes, 4 laps, 5-mile competition heats here in Owensboro. Our GPs run a little bit different format. They still have the clock start, but their lanes are assigned, and that is calculated through a points and performance formula during the year and during the weekend of racing activity. John, you're in the pit area, 2.5 mods in the water. We're about set to get back into action. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jeff. Yeah, 2.5 mods in the water. We are ready to roll as soon as we get word from the people that are up there with you at the starting line. We're good to go.
Coming up in this heat, John, I spoke to him this morning. He looks fabulous. Jim Aid out of Largo, Florida. We're about set to go 1 to the 5. Stand by.
Check.
3, 2, 1, mark. 1 to the 5.
1 to the 5, drivers, 1 to the 5 for the 2.5 mod qualifier. John, I mentioned Jim Aid, 76 years of age, driving a 40-year-old craft out of Largo, Florida, boat name In Cahoots again. It's a dominant white boat. Great to see Jim Aid on the water here on the Ohio River at 76 years old. He looks good.
Yeah, first time I've seen Jim this season. Good to see him make his way out here to Owensboro. Fast boat, always been fast. Like you said, it's 40 years old, but it's fast.
$20 seconds. 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That is the 5-minute period for the 2.5 modified qualifier here at the Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes. John Tomey, send them away.
All right, Jeff Eller, first boat's making their way out of the pit area. It'll be the 42, driven by Jeff Scott out of Chesterfield, Michigan. He'll be followed by Carson Fabro in the 75. The 18, driven by Dominic Pano out of the great state of Maine. Here comes Jim Abe, we just talked about in the 33 In Cahoots again. Jeff Dobbins in the 49 making his way out. And rookie driver in the 100, driving for the Newman Racing family, Emily Schuver out of Pickerton, Ohio. She makes her way out. Jeff, all of them are away from the dock.
Thank you, John. I did get a new boat name for the A42 driven by Jeff Scott out of Chesterfield, Michigan. It will be called U.S. Auto Supply. That's based out of Detroit. They also, too, get assistance from TMG Marketing out of Detroit. So Jeff Scott out here in the A42.
We've already got something brewing. We had 2 boats cut from the front to the back stretch. I don't know if you saw that.
I did.
Oh, okay. All right. Just want to check. Already.
That's Scott by the start-finish line buoy, followed by Dominic Pono. And there is Emily Schuver and Tom Newman, Some Toy 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 set to go here in the 2.5 mod qualifier. And John will call it physically. Good eye on your part catching those boats going front chute to back chute. In the driver's meeting this morning, you can only cut through the infield, back chute to front chute only. We'll see how that was called after the heat.
Yep, we're not the official, but we can see it. So we'll let them decide how they're going to call that. But yeah, all 6 boats out on the race course. Pretty good contingent of 2.5-liter modifieds. It's got some very, very many different engines out here, though. You could have a 283, a 305, the 2.5 mod, the Pontiac powered 33, or I'm sorry, the BMW powered 33. All different kinds of motors here in this class.
John, also too, is that Jeff Dobus out here as well?
Yep.
In that white baby blue boat. Okay, Jeff off turn number 1. That is the Dock Blaster based out of Rome City, Indiana.
So the reason it's so confusing, a couple years ago they made the rule where you could step up from 2.5 stock to 2.5 mod, and then the 305 powered 5-liter could run with the 2.5 mod. So you got a bunch of different types of boats running here in the A class.
Beautiful shot from our drone high above the Ohio River. Beautiful drone shot of the Some Toy 5. That is Emily Schuver in the cockpit out of Pickerington, Ohio. Now we get a look at the A42 U.S. Auto Supply, and now they go, John, more to a pan shot. And you know what that means with the four-legged friends we follow.
Yes, sir. They're doing a good job with that. With that drone footage, that's pretty cool that they can fly the drone around there and get all the boats in a pan shot like that. But we're about 1:15 from the start, Jeff.
Beautiful view from the drone up above. You see the clock on the screen, but we'll let our race fans know here we are exactly 1 minute. 1 minute until the start for the 2.5 mod qualifier. Jeff Scott in the A42 U.S. Auto Supply. Boat based out of Chesterfield, Michigan. The sponsor out of Detroit. John, we got one up there early. That's Schuver and Some Toy 5. Gonna have lots of time to kill as we're 40 seconds away.
Yeah, but she's got that bright black X on the side of the boat. That constitutes that she's a rookie. She'll have to start up on the outside. So she's just getting used to the boat. Well, she'll probably come by you a little bit early.
So Emily Schuver, no doubt, will be a gun jumper. We're 25 seconds away. Rookie pilot out of the Buckeye State of Ohio. John will look behind and going to have 5 come to the line. They appear to be in good shape for 15 seconds away. Schuver will be a gun jumper as we're now 7 seconds away. They see the South Central Bank start-finish line. We're 3, 2, 1, mark. It's a clean start. We're racing in the 2.5 mod qualifier, and leading them across the line, the youngster at 76 years of age, Jim Aid leads and in cahoots again. Jeff Scott in the second position in U.S. Auto Supply. Jim Aid in lane number 1. John Tomey, that's driving 101, picture perfect.
Yep, Jim Aid hit a perfect start right there in lane number 1, and he's already woken away by 2 full roost tails. Nice run for Scott back in second. Got a battle for third. It looks like Dobbins and somebody else. I can't tell who's on the outside of him.
Right now, Jim Aid, your leader, clearly working into turn number 2 on lap number 1. Second place, Jeff Scott, U.S. Auto Supply. In the third position out of Rangeley, Maine, is Dominic Pono. In the fourth position, that's Carson Fabro and Fabro Racing. Jeff Dobus in the fifth position in Doc Blaster. But 76 years of age or not, Jim Aid clearly out in front in the in cahoots again out of the Sunshine State of Florida. Jeff Scott in second, U.S. Auto Supply, followed by Dominic Pono in the 18. Fabro just completes his first lap in fourth with Dobus in fifth, but John Tomey, Jim Aid, the veteran, he knows he has to keep the power up on this 2.5 mod.
Oh, yeah, he can't let off of it because it'll bog down on him and he'll slow way down and he'll be overtaken for that position. So Jim Aid looking really good in the 33 in coots again, like you said, out of Largo, Florida. Battle shaping up for second there. 3 boats within about a rooster tail and a half of each other, with Jeff Scott leading them as they head down here into turn number 2.
Jim Aid around turn number 2. He'll come to the South Central Bank start-finish line to complete lap number 2 with 2 to go. And Jim Aid comfortably out in front, boat name in cahoots again. And John Goodeye, we do have a battle for second shaping up. Jeff Scott on the pins in the U.S. Auto Supply, but here comes Dominic Pono on the outside out of Rangeley, Maine in Pono Racing. And now Scott needs to look to his right because Pono's coming up quickly, and we're going to have a side-by-side duel for second in turn number 1. Aid clearly in front, but John Scott needs to get on the throttle. Pono is there. We got a side-by-side duel for second.
Yeah, it looks like Pono's overtaken second place actually off the exit of turn number 1 as they go down the backstretch side by side. Jim Aid has extended the lead. He's all the way through the apex of 2, but Jeff Aid, like nice battle for second between Pono, the rookie, on the outside, and Jeff Scott out of Chesterfield, Michigan, on the inside. The 2 are side by side through turn number 2.
Actually, 2 rookies, John, battling right there in front of you outside the English Park pit area. White flag display, Jim Aid comfortably in front, 3 down and 1 more to go. But here's this battle we spoke about the last lap. It's Scott to the inside, Pono to the outside, and that's just deck-to-deck dueling for the second place position here at the Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes. Pono has scored in second officially after lap number 3 with Scott in the third position. We'll watch the second place battle in turn number 1 with Aid comfortably in front. And now John Bono gaining some superiority on the outside, but you see Scott with that advantage running closer to the buoy row.
Yeah, Scott definitely has the advantage inside, shorter way around, obviously around this race course. We'll see if he can have anything for Bono as they go down the backstretch here. It's still Bono on the outside and Scott on the inside. Nice battle for second, but your leader through the apex of turn 2, Jimmy Aid, he's coming towards you.
Final turn, final lap, Jim Aid, he's led from starting gun to checkered flag. He sees the South Central Bank start-finish line. Checkered flag waving for 76-year-old Jim Aid, winning the 2.5-mile qualifier and in cahoots again. Now Dominic Bono safely, securely out in second will come across and get second in the Pono Racing. Number 18, based out of Maine. Third place will go to Jeff Scott in the U.S. Auto Supply. Nice run by Jeff. Ran second the majority of the heat, but finished in the third position. Carson Fabro will cross in the fourth position in the Fabro Racing. Our boat running in fifth is the blue and white boat, just about to enter turn number 2. Working the final time around, that is Jeff Dobus in the Dock Blaster. And our rookie, Emily Schuver, she will get the sixth position in the Some Toy 5. As you saw visually, she was well across the start-finish line when the clock struck 0. And John, that's a penalty. That's 1 minute tacked on to your lapse time. And Emily just getting started. She'll learn.
Yeah, first heat, first time in a boat on a rail race course. A lot different than doing the driving school where you just out there by yourself to do 10 laps. She had 5 other boats out there with her. She'll get used to it. She'll get back behind the wheel one more time, I'm sure, this weekend and do a better job on that start.
Thank you, John. With that, we'd like to thank our primary sponsor for the 2022 Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes. And yep, it's Jago Homes, headquartered right here in Owensboro. Jago Homes builds communities. Other Kentucky branches located in Louisville and Bowling Green. Indiana branches in Newburgh, Huntingburg, and Evansville. Co-owners are Scott Jago and Bill Jago. Marketing Director Chip Dormeyer. We'd like to give a special welcome to our young ladies with the Hydroplane Racing League, presented by Reliable Diamond Tool out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. Emily and Jessica, glad you're up here with us. Welcome to the States, and thank you for your support in HRL with the combined GPA HRL Grand Prix race here in Owensboro. Glad to see you, and I'm so glad I got to talk to Rock On via your cellular device. That's one of my highlights of the weekend, John told me, knowing that Rock On is tuned in to Concept Sound and Light via the World Wide Web.
Well, yeah, that's cool. Those guys get to watch it up there in Valleyfield. It looks like they're having a nice day up there, too. I was able to watch a little bit of Facebook during our break there, and I saw Mark LeCompte, longtime racer. He's sitting by the pool watching the live stream, having a cold beer. So Mark not able to make it here to Owensboro, but he's home watching.
And Emily had her phone out earlier, and I got to FaceTime with Josie.
Oh.
You talk about hydro fever up in Canada. It's Josie, and she was giving me the cranking up and all this stuff, and I had perspiration rolling out of my eyes. She was cracking me up.
Yeah, some good people up in that area, man. The HRL series, great series. They do a phenomenal job putting on every event they do. They, in my opinion, the Super Bowl inboard hydroplane racing in Valleyfield, it's tremendous. If you've never been, you got to go. Awesome site for an event. And that HRL team, they do a great job working with the city of Valleyfield to put that race series on.
Thank you, John. Just got some breaking news here atop the Owensboro Convention Center. We mentioned earlier Larry Lynn, the owner of the GP20, the trust company, presents Miss Jago Homes. They are a scratch for the rest of the weekend. So with that, we will have a new boat name on a craft and still representing Jago Homes. GP15 Hop Racing will now be called Jago Homes Presents Super Shine. You build a home, you call Super Shine, they detail the windows, picture perfect.
Well, there you go. Happy-go-lucky. They've got so many sponsors on that boat. It's hard for us to go down their list, but that's awesome that they're going to represent Jago Homes for the rest of the weekend with Super Shine partnering. That's a really good deal for that GP15 team.
Wanted to say hello to another friend. We've had several viewers online. We know John, Chris Ritz up in Michigan watching. Chris, good afternoon, and I'll see you in Caesars Creek. Up next, though, John, will be the National Mod Grand National Hydroplane Qualifier. How are we looking with boats going into the water?
Yep, go up, walking down right now. We got both of those boats in. We just got to get everybody strapped in. I'm going to make my way down the pit area here and see if I can get a word with our rookie that was out there, Emily, see how she enjoyed that first ride. All right, Jeff, we got Emily Schubert here out of the driving school into a hydroplane. First time out there on the water, Emily. How was it?
Amazing.
Good time. Huh?
Oh my gosh, it was awesome. I can't believe it. It was a dream of mine since I was little, and to be out here doing it is pretty sweet.
Yeah, you got a good team behind you. The Newman family does a great job. Bring 2 nice hauls here this weekend. They put you in the brand new A100. Jeff Ayler loves this boat. Tell Jeff a little bit about this boat and how the handling was out there for you.
Oh, Jeff, it flies. Man, I just put my foot down. We had to do a little engineering there because I'm a little bit short. Boat's not made for somebody who's 5'3", but we worked it out, and man, it just goes.
Well, good luck to you the rest of the weekend. Hopefully you see.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Emily Schubert, first ride in a 2.5-liter mod. She'll get that start right next time, Jeff. Not bad, though.
Thank you, John. Great to hear from Emily. And we have several pilots here this weekend at the Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes that has went through the APBA Inboard Driving School. That takes place the first weekend of June up in Springfield, Ohio, up in Champions Park, up in Southwest Ohio. And Emily was a school boat graduate. Also, too, we just saw Jeff Scott out here. He's a school boat graduate. Dominic Pono, a recent school boat graduate. John, I know I'm missing a couple, but if you want to get involved in APBA inboard hydroplane racing, the school boat program is a valuable tool to get you involved, to learn the nuts and the bolts of hydroplane racing, not only driving the boat, John, but they give a crash course prior to you setting the cockpit about how a boat's maintained and how you work on them.
The full deal. They do everything that you need to do to get into that boat, teach you the ins and outs of what happens when you come out on the race course, how you're supposed to conduct yourself out on the race course, go through the ins and outs and all that. Got the Miss Owensboro warming up on the trailer right now, Jeff, so if you talk and I don't hear you, I apologize.
Thank you, John. You heard the Miss Owensboro firing up in the background, that supercharged 468. If you would like to learn more about the APBA inboard category driving school boat, go to www.apba.org and click on school boat, and you can get all the information to get signed up next year, the first weekend of June in Springfield, Ohio, at Champions Park. The American Powerboat Association would like to welcome you to inboard hydroplane racing. And with that, John, the APBA Inboard Challenge Series, APBA Inboard Championship Challenge Series is in effect here this weekend. Numerous race sites in 2022 participating, boats from the East, the West, the Midwest, running for points and prizes in the APBA Inboard Championship Challenge Series. It involves inboard and flat bottom hydroplane racing, and they'd like to thank their sponsors, Dometic Outdoor, Leo's Vacation Center, and Power Mist Racing Fuels. These posters are available up at the APBA souvenir booth. Get one, it's good for your collection. Gives you the site lineup for the 2022 APBA Inboard Championship Challenge Series. Colorful photographs of 10 different boats from hydro to flat bottom. And John, this is a nice poster. It's a collector's must-have.
Yeah, really good poster. You get a couple of those guys are here this weekend that you could probably get an autograph from time to time up here at the souvenir tent. I know during that break a couple guys were signing autographs down here at the English Park site. But we've got every boat in, so whenever you guys are ready up there, I think we're good.
Up next, National Mod GNH qualifier. John, I saw the E142 in the water. Rob Betke will be in the cockpit. They wanted to thank their sponsor as well, U.S. Auto Supply out of Detroit, along with a contingency sponsor, TMG Marketing, out of Detroit Autorama. That's the E142. And John, we saw that boat yesterday in testing, and this is a fabulous 350 boat. We'll see 2 races from now, and it's one that's not had much water under the sponsons, but the hull is very capable of being a winner. Great start boat there for Rob Betke in the U.S. Auto Supply out of Detroit. It's a learning curve right now, but once they learn it, they should be really fast.
Yeah, they're really good. That's a really great boat, driven by Jeff Bernard for many years out of the West Coast when the Clack family had it out of the state of Louisiana. So it's a fast boat. Just got to get some seat time, and they're going to be really good. It looks like we're putting our last 350 in the water right now. So as soon as they give us the go, we're ready with our National Mod and our 5 liters. So we're good.
Thank you, John. Once again, our sound provider and live streaming provider, thank you to Concept Sound and Light. Turning the nuts and bolts with the team is Flint Razier. John's second year working with Concept Sound and Light, and they're great to work with. They have first-class equipment, and they're always Johnny on the spot when the old guy up here is snapping the fingers. And turn that fan down from 2 to 1. It's getting a little cool up here.
Oh, my God. Have you seen the drone shots of where me and my partner are?
They are beautiful.
I know they are, but do you see this thing we're baking on, right?
Yes, I met the drone flyer. I wanted to tell you that during our lunch break when I took a break from the prime rib baked potato and the Kentucky Legend ham seasoned green beans. The drone flyer I met, he was telling me all kinds of stuff I never heard of or dreamed of flying a drone. If I was out there in it, flying it, it'd be in the Ohio River, but he is getting some spectacular drone shots here this weekend at the Owensboro HydroFair. The lunch was not that extravagant, but it was good.
We had a ham sandwich. It was fine. I'll take it. It's perfect. Just what I needed. Had some nice Gatorade. Keep it hydrated down here. So we're all good to go down on this end. Do have an update for you on the 14 if you're ready.
'Attention the pits, attention the pits. Stand by for clock countdown. National Mod GNH combined drivers for 1 to the 5. Coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is 1 to the 5 for National Mod GNH combined. And the drone pilot that I mentioned earlier, Adam Johnston, doing a great job here this weekend at the Owensboro HydroFair, presented by Jago Homes. "30 seconds. 20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That is the 5-minute period for National Mod. G&H combined. Drivers, crank them up. Send them out, John Tomey.
All right, first boat making his way off the dock. The Some Toy 4, the NM 100, driven by Tony Black, owned by Tom Newman. Tony comes from Pickerton, Ohio. Tom's from Powell, Ohio. That'll be the National Mod, making his way out of the pit area. And the second boat out will be the 64, GNH 64, driven by Kevin Kreitzer, the Duncan Oil out of Beaver Creek, Ohio. Those are your two boats for the NM GNH combined. Headed your way, Jeff Ayler.
Great to see Duncan Oil on board with the Kreitzer family, the GNH 64. Duncan Oil will be a large sponsor for the Kreitzers at their race coming up at Caesars Creek, Ohio, northeast of Cincinnati, the first weekend of October. The Kreitzers would also like to thank CE Engineering and the Bauman family as well, being on board the craft we're watching right now on the live stream, courtesy of Concept Sound and Light. Kevin Kreitzer in the cockpit, and John, it looks like it's going to be a match race, a two-boat duel between two Buckeyes. Black out of Pickerington, Ohio, Kreitzer out of Beaver Creek, and their friends. That's out the door in 3:15. They'll go at it.
Yeah, we'll have a nice little duel between these two guys. Longtime racers from the same area here in Region 6. Longtime friends, as you said, but it'll be cool to see the 100 go against the 64 here. Now, Jeff, I know you got the statistics on the difference between these two boats. There's a large difference, but both of these boats very fast.
Big difference, John. The yellow boat you see on the drone shot, that is a National Modified, previously known as the 6-liter class. Modified engine, looking at about a 368 cubic inch in Tom Newman's boat, but boy, the G&H behind him, Grand National Hydroplane, formerly known as the 7-liters, a big block engine in that Kreitzer boat. Oh, and is he going down? No, he kept it going. I thought the engine was sounding south, but Kreitzer kept it alive down in turn number 1. We're 2 minutes and 20 seconds until the start. So, John, it's a 6-liter against a 7-liter for our veteran hydroplane fans or your newcomers, NM against G&H. I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, it'll be a good duel to see how the differences shake out here. I know Tony's going to give that 100 a ride if she'll go. I tell you what, the 64, Kevin Kreitzer coming through turn number 2 looked really good when he hooked up on that skid fin. Great to see that GNH running well here in the warm-up.
That's Kevin Kreitzer on the monitor, the Duncan Oil, CE Engineering, Bauman family. Beautiful shot from the drone, entering turn number 1, following behind Tony Black in that beautiful dominant yellow boat with the flame effect on the sponsons, the 6-liter, the Some Toy 4, and John, that yellow boat, that was a Bergeron creation, and one of the last ones, I believe it's come out of the Bergeron shop. It's a pretty one.
It was the last 6-liter ever built by the Bergeron family, and yes, I believe you are correct. It was either one more built after that for 350, but that was close to being the final Bergeron haul.
Boy, that's a name I miss seeing out here. When I got involved in inboard hydroplane racing, announcing in the early 2000s, Claude Bergeron, the Auto Pro, small in stature, big in heart, he could race.
Oh my God, he could race. And the Bergeron hauls were always great, always cool to see the guys in Valleyfield. Everybody wanted a Bergeron. And if you do go to the HRL series, they still got a number of 350 Bergeron haul racing.
Coming up on the 30-second mark, so it's Kevin Kreitzer in the 7-liter, Duncan Oil, Tony Black in the 6-liter, Some Toy 5. John, bring him up to the turn. 20 seconds until the start.
Kreitzer's up here ahead of Tony Black. We'll see if he lags back a little to give Tony a fair shake on it. Tony's going to be a little bit late to the start, but Kreitzer looks like he's right on it. 10 seconds.
Start should be good. Kreitzer will lead into the line to the South Central Bank start-finish line. 3, 2, 1. Mark, it's a clean start. We're racing. NM, G&H combined. Here at the 2022 Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Home. Kevin Kreitzer, your leader in Dunkin' Oil. Bauman Family, CE Energy in front. Tony Black trails back in the Sumtoy 5, and Kreitzer appears to be slowing. And John, here comes Black creeping up to Kreitzer off the turn.
Yeah, Kreitzer definitely slow, and there goes Black. He just shoots around the outside. And Tony Black in the Sumtoy 4 for Team Newman. He leads by a full rooster tail now as they head down here into turn number 2. Good opportunity to see when these boats turn how that skip fin hooks up, but now it looks like Kreitzer's back into it.
Kreitzer found the problem and fixed it properly. I believe it was that foot pedal on the right-hand side, John. It might have slipped off, but he's back into it. We'll come down to complete lap number 1 of 4, and it's Tony Black in front in the Sumtoy 5, and now here comes Kreitzer on the inside in Dunkin' Oil, and they'll be virtually neck to neck here in turn number 1, working lap number 2 in NM, G&H combined. Black in front, and now Kreitzer develops this problem once again, John, when he arcs the boat in the turn in turn 1.
Yeah, it could be bogging down on him through the turn, and then he accelerates again going down the backstretch, but that allows Tony Black to open it up now. 3 full rooster tails down here in the turn number 2, and once again, Kreitzer is back up and running hard.
So Black comfortably in front, as John mentioned. You saw Kreitzer get back on the throttle. He works much better up in turn number 2, our turn to the west here on the Ohio River. Beautiful shot from Jessica here at the start-finish line buoy. We're halfway through it. Black in front, and we'll see if Kreitzer can counter back on the inside. 2 complete, 2 to go in NM, G&H combined. It's a battle of Ohio. And now Kreitzer drives it hard into turn number 1. We'll see if he develops this problem again. And he slows once again, John. Could that be a fuel pickup problem?
Absolutely. Same exact spot on the race course. You've probably hit the nail on the head there. That fuel pickup is probably going away when he gets to that apex of 1. He's unable to keep up the horsepower and keep up the momentum and loses that fuel. And that allows Tony Black once again to escape away in the smaller 6-liter. With that 7-liter though is fired back up, and here comes Kreitzer again.
Black in front. Kreitzer, the mystery boat in this one, runs well except in turn number 1. And we'll come down to get the white flag. And now Johnny's slowing again. I believe that is a fuel pickup issue. Just not getting quite to that engine in fine fashion from the gas tank.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's the same exact spot in both turns. Right when he gets to the apex, completely loses all sorts of power, and then he's able to get it back up as he heads down the straightaway and into the entrance of the turn. So Tony Black got it going all his way through turn number 1.
Black in front, both boats working their final lap here in National Mod, G&H combined. Tony Black comfortably in front, and John, you had a great interview with Tony yesterday. He's an integral part of the driving school course in APBA inboard.
Yeah, he does a great job out of Springfield, Ohio, where they have that driving school once a year. They had 25 different participants this season, 4 of them currently driving after that driving school in a boat on the Ohio River this weekend. Really cool to see as Tony comes off of turn number 2.
Final turn, final lap. Tony Black sees the South Central Bank start-finish line. Works it gingerly to the checkered flag. He will finish. Here's your winner, Tony Black in Sumtoy 5. Don't make it so dramatic for the old guy on the horn up here. Second place will go to Kevin Kreitzer in the Dunkin' Oil CE Engineering Bauman family boat. So it's boat number 100 in first, boat 64 in second, and John, Tony done that just for me.
Yeah, I think he did.
I think Ayler's going to know I'm going to go dead in the water, but I'm going to finish.
Yeah. That'd be good. It'd be interesting to see if they get that fuel pickup issue resolved on the 64. These two could put on a pretty good match race for us. We can get them up and running well side by side there next time they come out on the water. But we got our 5 liters in the water, Jeff. We're ready. H350 or E350 racing, excuse me.
E350's up next, and John, after E350s, we'll go back to the GPs, our highlight hydroplane class here this weekend at the Owensboro HydroFair, presented by Jago Homes.
And speaking of our Grand Prix Hydros, we do know, we got a little bit more information for you. We do know that the 14 is out. He's done for the weekend. The 35 had an ignition issue. They are still thrashing on the 35, the Kentucky Tile Distributors GP 35, to get that boat on the water. They're in heat 2B, so they probably got about a half hour, and they got to be ready to go. But we got our 5 liters in. We're ready to rock and roll here for E350.
Thank you, John. Very capable crew down there at Bobby Kennedy's GP 35 Kentucky Tile Distributors. Good to hear, just an ignition problem, and they've got the people down there. Hopefully they can get those electronics fixed and get this red, white, and blue boat back out in the mix in GP 2C coming up later. I think they'll get it solved and get back out on the water.
Yeah, they're tuning on it right now. They got a good crew on there, including head motor guy Serge Blanchette is here this weekend, so he'll get it straight. Him and Mr. George, they'll get it figured out, and they'll be out here shortly.
Attention the pits. Attention the pits. E350 drivers, stand by for your clock countdown to 1 to the 5. Coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is 1 to the 5 for the E350 qualifier. Thirty seconds, drivers. 20. 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That is the 5-minute period for the E350 qualifier at the Owensboro HydroFair, presented by Jago Homes. Mr. John Tomey, send him away.
All right, first boat out of the pit area will be the 18, Dominic Pono. The 40, General RV, driven by Mr. Horvath. The 142, the U.S. Auto Supply and Robert Betke. The 442, Composite Porn, Jimmy Roll out of Evansville, Indiana. The Maxim, Carl Adams, Medina, Ohio, in the 323. And we're waiting on the Benedict Racing 313 of Buddy Benedict out of Evansville, Indiana, to make his way out. That'll be the 6 of them. Coming your way, Jeff Ayler.
Pono first in turn number 1, followed by our 66-year-old veteran out of Michigan, Horvath. There is Betke in the U.S. Auto Supply, followed by Jimmy Roll. Carl Adams up and rolling in the Maximum Racing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up and running. John, how's Buddy Benedict looking in the dominant red craft out of the Pocket City of Evansville?
All right, Buddy Benedict has made his way out of the pit area, so all 6 out of the pits, Jeff. Could be a good, nice little heat here of E350 Hydros on the race course.
3 minutes, 25 seconds until the start. There's Buddy Benedict, just northwest of here out of Evansville, Indiana, in the dominant red. Benedict Racing. Mike Horvath, you see there on screen, in the Miss General RV. Dylan Godell will get the seat tomorrow, but Mike Horvath in the cockpit today on this Saturday at day number 2 of 3 of the 2022 Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes. Jimmy Roll by the start-finish line buoy in the composite porn. And John, I believe Jimmy is gaining confidence. He looks good here in the warm-up period and running much better in the warm-up period than he did yesterday in testing, so that's a good sign.
That is a great sign. Jimmy, one of those guys that come out of that driving school. Really cool to see him out here on the water after competing in that driving school back in June. And like you said, all it takes is time. You got to get as much seat time as you possibly can. You worry about all the other stuff later on. Just worry about getting some seat time, getting some confidence, and that boat to fly a little bit off the water.
John, give me just a moment. I need to do some announcing and also, too, some help with officiating. That's boat 40 by the start-finish line. The dominant red boat is the 313 Benedict Racing. This craft, the white, red, and black, that is the 142 U.S. Auto Supply, driven by Rob Betke. Now, we got a boat going dead in the water right here. And that is a tough break, and it looks like our 6-boat field, John, will be down to 5, and that is Jimmy Roll, the rookie I just mentioned, in the 442, but it appears that he is in a safe position on the race course. That's our worry right now. So the corral spotters need to get with their drivers saying, hey, we got a boat dead in the water in the front chute, just beware of that.
Yeah.
And we'll see if the APB officials continue on with this heat. And John, in my opinion, right now, I think they will.
They should. He's far enough outside. There's 5 lanes in there. Everybody's been around him one time. They know he's there. He's going to continue to float back towards us here in the pit area, but I think he's going to stay clear.
2, 1, mark. 1 minute period has begun for the 350s, E350. APBA. Leading the field up will be Mike Horvath, Miss General RV, followed by Dominic Pono, then Carl Adams, Rob Betke, and Buddy Benedict. John, we're approaching the 40-second mark. Set the lanes up in turn 2.
Oh, and coming down here to us in turn number 2 at English Park. This will be a good spot. About 3 of them up on the front line right now. I got 2 trailing behind a little bit. Looks like Horvath will be in 1. To his outside will be the 142, the U.S. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the 18 of Dominic Pono, and the 142 is trying to squeeze in there. Then Carl Adams on the outside and Buddy Benedict. They're coming to you for the start.
Nice looking alignment. Owensboro, come to your feet. Bring the E350 to the South Central Bank start-finish line. We're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, we're racing the E350 qualifier, and the 66-year-old veteran out of Dearborn, Michigan, Mike Horvath, leads him across the line in Miss General RV. Second place in the U.S. Auto Supply, that is Rob Betke. Third position, Dominic Pono, followed by Carl Adams. Off the turn, John, in front. It's Horvath looking good.
Yeah, it looks like you've got another one dead in front of you right there at the start-finish line, so we're down to 4, and Horvath looking great. The old Wily veteran looking really good as they head down here into turn number 2 to come around a complete lap number 1. We'll call it 2 full rooster tails over top of the 142 and Robert Betke out of Oxford, Michigan, but it's going to be 1 down, 3 to go.
Carl Adams is the second boat dead in the water in the Maximum Racing out of Medina, Ohio, but clearly out in front in Miss General RV is Mike Horvath. 1 complete, 3 to go, clearly out in front. Second place is Rob Betke, as you mentioned, out of Oxford, Michigan, in the U.S. Auto Supply. Betke's slowing, but now, John, Dominic Pono creeping up into the wake. Betke in second, Pono in third, Buddy Benedict in fourth, and great to see Buddy running. He looks good on the buoy row, even though he's trailing. Got a good boat ride.
Hey, he's doing well back there in fourth, but I'm very impressed by Pono. That's an older haul coming all the way from the state of Maine, currently running in third, but like you said, he's hunting down second position. But how about your leader in the General RV, Mr. Horvath, coming through turn number 2 to complete lap number 2. It'll be 2 down and 2 to go here in E350 qualifier.
Boat number 40, Miss General RV, clearly out in front. Mike Horvath, we're halfway through it. 2 complete, 2 to go. Miss General RV in front. U.S. Auto Supply remains in second with Rob Betke, and John, I jinxed Buddy Benedict. He was looking good. He's dead in the water right inside turn number 2 in the 3-1-3. So 6, 5, 4, 3 left running here in the E350 qualifier, but it's all Horvath in front, lap and a half to go.
Yeah, a lot of attrition here. Unfortunately, Buddy Benedict trying to get the boat into that DMZ zone out of the way. But yeah, Mr. Horvath looking great as he comes through turn number 2 here on lap number 3. Might have a battle for second, though, between the 142 and the 18. Those two only about a rooster tail separating second and third.
Horvath exiting turn number 2, the Miss General RV. As we mentioned, 66 years of age. White flag is displayed, 3 complete, and 1 more to go for Mike Horvath out in front. Now Rob Betke, I believe he might have got word from team manager Mark Weber, you better get on the gas because you're going to be in jeopardy of losing this second place, and he has picked up the pace. Second place boat Rob Betke and U.S. Auto Supply, 3 complete, 1 to go, and Dominic Pono remains in third out of Rangeley, Maine in craft number 18. But John, it's been all Horvath. He's right in front of you.
Yeah, Mike Horvath from the get-go looking really good in the General RV E40 as he comes through the bottom of the race course around the apex of turn number 2. He'll come off the exit pit at 2, head your way, bring him to the checker flag.
Final turn, final lap. Mike Horvath sees the South Central Bank start-finish line buoy. Here's your winner of E350, the qualifier Mike Horvath and Miss General RV. Battle for second up in turn number 2. Rob Betke clearly out in front in the second position. Exits the corner. Rob Betke will come across in the second position in E142. U.S. Auto Supply. Third position will go to Dominic Pono out of Rangeley, Maine in craft number 18. So boat number 40 in first, followed by 142 and 18. And John, you made a good point. Pono right out of the driving school, the third place boat, that's an older hull. He's showing some great driver savviness, I think, out on the race course. He's going to be a good one.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Really good to see something come out of the driver school and perform the way he has. He's done everything right so far here this afternoon and running in 2 different classes. Done a great job. Got a third place finish here as all our boats are making their way back to the pit area. We've got our Grand Prix Hydros in for Heat 2A. We'll have 3 of them. This is a stacked one, too.
Thank you, John Tomey. Up next, Grand Prix. How we looking in the pit area, John? The big thunder pumpers being lowered into the drink?
I believe it's going to be a minute, Jeff. We got to get some boats cleaned up off the race course. As soon as we can get those 3 boats broken down, towed back towards the pit area, we should be good to go with Heat 2A. We got Andrew Tate, we've got Yannick Leger, and we got Jeff Bernard, all 3 getting strapped in, ready to go for the qualifier, Heat 2A.
I see you, Christabel. See how I got it made up here? It's all for John Tomey. I get to sit down. I got a fan. I'm trying to get level 1 down to 1/2, and Dom over there, he's away. He's sleeping at the wheel. He can't turn my fan down. Up next is GPs. John, I need to step away just for a moment, get these lane assignments, what they'll be in 2A, 2B, and 2C. Race fans, stand by, but don't go away. Up next, GP 2A. I'd like to thank our title sponsor again this year in 2022, Jago Homes, headquartered right here in Owensboro, Kentucky. Jago Homes builds communities. You can also, too, contact Jago Homes in Kentucky, in Louisville, and Bowling Green. You can contact them as well in Indiana, in Evansville, Newburgh, and Huntingburg. Scott and Bill Jago, co-owners, Chip Dormeyer, Marketing Director. Jago Homes builds communities. Race fans, let's give our primary sponsor, Jago Homes, a round of applause. Welcome to Owensboro, Kentucky, the bluegrass music capital of the world. A river town with big city amenities, safe, affordable, and adventure around every corner. The home of award-winning Green River Distilling Company, a legend in the Kentucky bourbon industry. Owensboro is known for its food, especially when it comes to its unique style of mutton barbecue. Come for a visit, stay for a lifetime. Owensboro, Kentucky. Don't forget, the party is just getting started today. Downtown Summer Jam live music begins this evening at 7 p.m. in McConnell Plaza, and you do not want to miss the Lights on the Ohio show at 8:30. It will be a pyro music with bridge, lights, and fireworks all set to a great soundtrack that everyone will enjoy. Starts tonight at 7. Downtown Summer Jam and Lights on the Ohio. And of course, Owensboro, the home, born and raised, Hydro News correspondent, WFIE 14 cameraman, Kirk Duncan. looking at the live stream via Concept Sound and Light, getting ever closer to the 1 to the 5, coming up for GP2A. We see the Steeler from our pan shot here at the start-finish line. Miss Owensboro in the water. Visit Owensboro, GP21 in the water. And the 79, Homes by Benny Clark in the water. Stand by for clock countdown. Attention the pits. Stand by. Attention the pits. Attention the pits. GP drivers, stand by for your clock countdown to 1 to the 5 for 2A. Coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is 1 to the 5 for GP 2A. Live shot of the Visit Owensboro. GP21 in the water. Once again, our stream sound provider this weekend, Concept Sound and Light. "30 seconds, drivers. "20. 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is the 5-minute period for GP Heat 2A. Drivers, crank them up.
All right, Jeff Eller, Heat 2A, Grand Prix America, HRL Combined, first boat out, Jeff Bernard, Kent Washington, in the midst, at Influence, Benny Sells Homes, the 21, Visit Owensboro, Yannick Leger, Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada, the Supernova making his way out of the pit area, and the final boat, Andrew Tate, the 777, the Miss Owensboro out of Wild Lake, Michigan. Andrew Tate, all three coming your way, Jeff Eller.
Thank you, John Tomey. The second largest hydroplane class in the world, the feature division at this year's Owensboro HydroFair, presented by Jago Homes. Boat length 24 feet, hull width 12 feet. Racing trim with the pilot inside, 2,700 pounds. And the engines are 468 cubic inch supercharged engines. They pop out 1,400 horsepower. It is a clock start with assigned lanes. Lane number 1 will be the 2021 Owensboro winner, Andrew Tate and Miss Owensboro. Lane number 2 will be Yannick Leger out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. In Visit Owensboro, on the outside from Kent Washington, Jeff Bernard. In Homes by Benny Clark. John Tomey, we're 320 away. Tate won the first heat from lane 4. He's going to be tough to tame. in lane 1. If he gets to the line at 0 with a lot of power, it could be lights out quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for the guys on his outside. Andrew's running really well here in 2022. As we talked yesterday, undefeated on the HRL series, has not lost a race in the first 4 events in the HRL. He's won all the finals. Boat has been running spectacular. That team has done a tremendous job getting that boat up and running. He's going to be hard to beat, but the 2 on his outside are no slouch. Both the 21 and the 79 capable of winning this race.
And John, one note here, this is combined event, Grand Prix America, presented by Knighton Industries, the Hydroplane Racing League, presented by Reliable Diamond Tool. Points are awarded this weekend at this race only for GPA and HRL. We have the GPA point leader out here in Jeff Bernard. We have the first and second place boats in HRL, Andrew Tate and Yannick Leger. A different mix, 2 different series point leaders in this heat. We're 205 away, lots to decide.
Yeah, really cool to see both events coming together, both corporations coming together to put this event on here this weekend. Like you said, the top 3 point getters in both series out here today in Heat 2A. 151 away from the start. And Tate, I think he's really good on that inside lane. He's probably satisfied with his boat speed and where he's going to go on his time and run.
And John, we mentioned the points in HRL. Tate the leader over Leger, and this is Leger's first year in Grand Prix. They've been running a conservative program, but I think he would love to get second here, but he would take those 3rd place points going to the Summer National Final later today.
Well, that's a big thing. All 3 of these boats did finish in their earlier heat, so they're trying to battle it out here to see who's going to get that inside lane for that 8-boat final later on this afternoon. So really important here to get as many points as you possibly can. Yannick will be happy with it, the 3rd place finish, but he'd be loved to get that 2nd.
Nice shot of the homes by Benny Clark. 1 minute until the start, 1 minute away on our live stream, courtesy of Concept Sound and Light. Second time Yannick Leger has come through the infield in the Visit Owensboro. We saw Andrew Tate cutting through the infield as well. In Miss Owensboro, legal maneuvers, you can only cut through the infield, back chute to front chute only. And that was announced at this morning's drivers meeting at 9:30. Beautiful drone shot. John, we're 30 seconds away. Bring the field up to you. Let's get ready to crank them up.
27 seconds to the start of Heat 2A. Andrew Tate, 777 Miss Owensboro will be in lane number 1. Yannick Leger in the Visit Owensboro 21 will be in lane number 2. And on the outside, the 79 Bad Influence will be in lane number 3. They're 13 seconds away. Here they come, Ayler.
Should be a good start. They're behind that exit pin at turn number 2. Well behind it at 10 seconds. I see the South Central Bank start-finish line. We're 3, 2, 1. Mark, we're racing. Clean start here in GPA 2A. Here's the Owensboro HydroFair. Tate and Bernard there first. Leger trails back, working into turn number 1. Wow. Bernard, Tate, deck to deck.
Bernard on the outside, Tate on the inside. They're side by side. Oh, and Andrew Tate picks up that right spot as they go down the back stretch. Halfway through lap number 1, and now Andrew Tate takes the inside lane. He'll turn left first through the apex of turn number 2. They are side by side for the lead as they come through the apex. Back towards you, Ayler.
Tate on the buoy row, but Bernard not giving up the fight. Beautiful dueling here in GP2A. Tate, the 18 Gold Cup winner on the inside. Lap number 1 complete, 3 to go. Tate leads against Owensboro. Jeff Bernard second and Holmes by Benny Clark. Yannick Leger in third and Visit Owensboro. The top 2 back in turn number 1. And now, John, Tate getting some good momentum on the buoy row.
Yeah, really good run for Andrew on that inside lane, but Bernard is not giving up yet. He's only about 2 boat lanes back as they go down the backstretch. Andrew Tate having a beautiful boat ride. A little packet of air underneath that 777 Steeler as he turns left here, but there is Bernard. Bernard is right there, only about a half a lap away.
Boy, Tate flew in the first heat of the day in lane number 4. Boat right now, John, doesn't show that much superiority in the inside lane, but only 3 in here. So far, good enough to be in front. We're halfway through it. Axiom, Miss Owensboro, Andrew Tate in front. Jeff Bernard still giving chase in second, and Holmes by Benny Clark. Yannick Leger remains in third, and Miss Owensboro. Now that 777 working better on the pins.
Halfway down, 2.5 in, 1.5 to go here in Heat 2A, and it's still Andrew Tate, but Bernard is still not giving up. He's within 1 rooster Rooster Tail as they head down here into turn number 2 on lap number 3. We'll put 3 in the books this time by Jeff Baylor. Here comes the Steeler.
Andrew Tate off turn number 2, coming to the South Central Bank start-finish line. We should see the white flag. 3 complete and 1 to go. So Tate leads it by a tail and a half. Working into turn number 1 the final time around. Jeff Bernard remains in second. Holmes by Benny Clark. Yannick Leger in third, and Visit Owensboro. But right now, John, Andrew Tate looking for those points to keep that lead in the HRL point standings.
Absolutely. If Andrew can come around and finish this half a lap, he'll have that inside lane for that final later on this afternoon. He'll go through the apex of turn number 2. We'll call it a Rooster Tail and a half advantage. The 777, Miss Owensboro, making her way to the checker flag.
Final turn, final lap. Tate sees the South Central Bank start-finish line. He sees the checkered flag as well. GP2A winner, Andrew Tate, Miss Owensboro. Second place will go to Jeff Bernard in the Holmes by Benny Clark. And Yannick Leger, John, right in front of you. Boat usually known as Supernova, picks up a sponsor here and Visit Owensboro. Still a little work to do off the turn. And Yannick Leger out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada, in Visit Owensboro. So, John, Andrew Tate wins it. Nice duel for a lap between Tate and Bernard. I didn't feel Andrew's boat worked well in the buoy row. Is that something to look to later today?
Well, they will definitely look at that and see how that skip angle was working there, if they need to make any changes or not. Still, they got what they wanted. They get the 100 points. They get the back-to-back victories today. They had to work for it in the first one from lane number 4. Got nice lane number 1 here, but this will be a replay probably in the final later on the day with the 777 and the 79 stacked up right next to each other. And that, depending on what happens here in 2B and 2C. But a great run for the 777 team. Another victory here on the Ohio for Andrew Tate. We'll let him come in, get something to drink, and then we'll try to get a word with him.
But, John, would you agree with me, for our veteran viewers online watching through Concept Sound and Light, the live stream, how heavy was that right foot on the throttle of that Miss Owensboro? Was Tate saving something, though?
I'm not going to speculate. I'm not going to speculate.
Tony Black is up here with us. We saw you out here in the water earlier, and Tomy's not going to speculate. That is a first in history.
He's a smart man.
Great to see you up here. You picked up that win in the Sum Toy for the gentleman Tom Newman out of Dublin, Ohio. Fill us in on this Ohio River race course, mile and a quarter around, big turns, big chutes. It's fair.
You know, it's 44 years of racing. I've raced a lot on the Ohio River, up and down the river, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, Steubenville, Ohio. This is the best water I've ever been on the Ohio River. Kudos to this race team, or this race management team. We couldn't have begged for a better weekend to be on the Ohio River.
Mother Nature helped as well, Tony. Last Monday and Tuesday here in the Ohio River Valley, there were rain showers, and my cutoff target, being a native of Madison, Indiana, was last Wednesday. Weather come around, and I'm not a predictor, very good at it, but it did what I thought it would. It cleaned out nice.
It's amazing. Like I said, the best water I've ever run on the Ohio River. Normally when you get a big wide body of river like this, it can be pretty rough, pretty treacherous, a lot of holes, and people don't understand when you're in a pleasure boat and 30 mile an hour on the water, the river flows over the bottom, but at 150 mile an hour, it's a hole. And this is amazing water to run on.
There is truth to that. When you watch Bill Muncie commentating on the 1979 ABC's Wide World of Sports Gold Cup
Jeff,
program.
Can I get a second?
Go ahead,
to
John.
interrupt, but I got Andrew here. He's out of the boat. I want to get him out of this driver's suit and get cooled off. You mind if I go real quick?
Take her away.
All right, Dev. Owensboro, we got the driver, the Miss Owensboro, the GP777, Andrew Tate, a perfect 2 for 2 today. How was that second heat there with Jeff? He was challenging you there for about a whole lap.
Yeah, Jeff ran hard that heat, and it was a lot of fun there. Obviously the inside lane's a big deal here with the big course, big turns, so that'll be key moving forward throughout the weekend. But he had a great start on the outside. He was absolutely hauling and got down in the first turn first and kept us honest for sure.
Yeah, it's really good to see when you get somebody outside of you that could try to compete with you. But wrapping up those 2 victories, you'll probably have that inside lane for the final. How do you think that's going to be to your advantage going through? You just said it's very important here on this big slide sweep and turns.
Yeah, it's nice to only have one boat next to you out there, to be honest with you. But big turns, you want to be smooth, obviously, and hit a good start. But you only got to worry about the guys to your right and staying on the line. It's the short way around the course, and this is a beautiful course, so hopefully we make it count.
Well, you made a lot of people proud there. This whole Steeler team, they've done a great job with you this year. As I said, undefeated in the HRL series coming into this weekend. Got some different competition. Really cool to pick up a Summer National Championship if you're able to a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yeah, we had a couple goals in mind coming here to Owensboro, but the Summer National Championship sure does sound nice. I got a fast boat here. Steeler guys and Axiom. I mean, hopefully I make them proud.
You're doing a great job, Andrew. Keep it up, buddy. That's your winner of Heat 2A, ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Tate in the Miss Owensboro.
Thank you, John Tomey. And Tony, I was mentioning the late Bill Muncie when he was helping the late Keith Jackson on the coverage at the 79 Gold Cup in Madison. Off turn number 1 in Madison, there's the sandbars underneath the river, and Muncie described it perfectly. At the bottom of the river goes up and down and up and down. Top of the river has to go up and down as well.
It follows the bottom. And when you got, you obviously have a lot of barge traffic up and down the river, and the channels, that rock bottom or smooth bottom, that river just flows twice as fast over that smooth bottom. There's no structure there. So, like I said, it's a hole. It'll rattle your teeth.
Driving school, you spoke to John and I yesterday on the public address system. APBA Inboard Driving School, you're an integral part of that procedure with the American Powerboat Association. 2023 classes will resume in Springfield, Ohio at Champions Park. How do you get involved?
It's simply do this. If you're really interested, you can go to apba.org or go to apbashop.com. You'll click on the link for the inboard driving school, and everything is there from A to Z. You just follow the bullet points. You can sign up, pay online. Everything is taken care of. And what we do on Friday evening, we do a cell test. And what I mean by a cell test is they'll put you in a mock-up safety cell, and the safety team, the divers, they turn you upside down with air. And what they want to make sure that you're comfortable extricating yourself out of a safety cell, being seat belted in upside down. Once they're comfortable with that, you pass your driving school, you get your cell certificate. Same thing we do every 2 years, we have to recertify. Then on Saturday morning, we do about a 2-hour PowerPoint classroom and explain the theory of how our hydroplane works, the do's and don'ts. We explain the various classes that are available from flat bottoms to all the way up to unlimiteds. And question and answer period, we fit students in their driving apparel so that we know when we get out to the race course, everybody, we know exactly what them. We have 3 boats. We feed you lunch, then we start in with getting people on the water.
We're catching our chief referee on camera. He's trying to pluck your ear from the back. So I issue a 1-minute penalty to Don Malello. But Tony, you explained it well. And I think what I like about it, stay with us. We'll talk more about the driving school because I got to go back to work. We need to do a clock countdown coming up for GP 2B. For our fans along the shoreline and our viewers at home watching through Concept Sound and Light, just a slight delay. We saw our first piece of debris for the weekend. Don't let that alarm you. Sometimes that stuff comes up to the top. It's been on the bottom, and right now they're just right outside the front straightaway here. And as soon as we get a couple of pieces of debris picked up, we'll go back to closed course racing. John, Tommy, for your information, GP Heat 2C now will actually be GP 2B. Correct. So 2B now will be a two-boat heat between Ken Lupton and Lucas Oil, and Greg Hopp in Jago Homes presents Super Shine. 2B will slide to 2C with the three-boat field of Ken Brody, Bobby Kennedy, and Jack Lupton. Just an update from myself to you, and you're usually tuned in real good. Occasionally, I get a tip for you.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to rub it in. I knew that like a half hour ago, but I didn't tell you.
See, I told you, you're tuned in. I'm tuned out.
Yeah, they were giving the 35 team a little bit more time to get that ignition straight.
Sure.
They are getting ready to get on the slings now and get in the water.
And that's sportsmanship. We've seen that before many times in boat racing. If a competitor can get ready, we want to give them every bit of time to get ready. We want them to run on the water, not sit on the trailer.
100%.
So up next, 2B now will be a two-boat heat. 2C will be a three-boat heat here at the 2022 Owensboro HydroFair, presented by Jago Homes. Wanted to bring Tony Black back in. And Tony, we were talking about the inboard driving school. And, you know, human beings, their minds, I think anything you get involved in is actually, oh, I want to drive a boat. I want to drive a car, race car. Well, there's more to it than that. The schooling before you hit that button to start the boat is very critical, and that's given at the driving school.
That's exactly right. And, you know, unlike other forms of driving schools, whether it be the Richard Petty driving experience or an NHRA driving school, where they'll actually put students in there and they'll limit what they're able to do, what we do is encourage the students. Number one, safety is paramount, but we put the students in the boat, and my job as the instructor is to coach these people so that every lap that they make, they start getting more and more comfortable, and at the end of their 10 laps, have them run flat out.
Tony, thank you for joining us. Always great visiting with you. We got to go back racing. I need to give a clock countdown.
Get after it, buddy.
Thank you, Tony Black. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. GP drivers, stand by for your clock countdown coming up to 1 to the 5 and 2B coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is 1 to the 5 for GP 2B. Thirty seconds, drivers. $20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That is the 5-minute period for GP. Heat 2B. Drivers, crank them up.
All right, Heat 2B being pushed off the dock, ready to come out on the race course. The New Zealander Ken Lupton going to be the first one out of the pits in the GP 577. Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Appreciate that, Tom. First one out of the pit area, the Lucas Oil GP 577. And Lupton all the way from Waverley, New Zealand. First boat out of the pit area. Greg Hopp, just waiting a few minutes. He did this last time, Jeff Ayler. He waited about till the 3-minute mark before he came out. Looks like he's doing the same thing here.
John,
his way out.
I was at the Hapo Columbia Cup in Tri-Cities a few weekends ago, and they did this same thing. One heat, the GP15, Jerry Hopp, the owner, said, I think Greg brought it back in on fumes, was about to run out of fuel.
Yeah.
So that,
well, when you're going through upwards to 35 gallons of methanol a heat, you want to conserve as much as you can.
Ken Lupton in turn number 1 and Lucas Oil. John, nice shot of you as we go back to Ken Lupton on screen. 3:30 until the start for GP2B here at the 2022 Owensboro HydroFair, presented
here he comes
by Jago Homes.
The 3:15 mark, the GP15, the Super Shine, Jago Homes, GP15, happy-go-lucky, making his way out of the pit area. Jeff Ayler, you got both boats coming at you.
3 minutes until the start. Be a 2-boat shootout here in GP2B. Greg Hopp in the dominant yellow. Jago Homes presents Super Shine, you see from our drone camera. Back to Ken Lupton and Lucas Oil. 2 minutes and 40 seconds until the start. 2-boat duel. 2 different countries, New Zealand, United States, dueling here in Grand Prix in Owensboro, Kentucky at the HydroFair, presented by Jago Homes. 2 minutes, 20 seconds until the start. And John, even though it's a 2-boat heat, your lane is determined in the final heat, the assigned lanes by points. In the qualifiers, Hopp has a win. He would love to win here to get a good lane in the Summer National Final.
That is tremendous that you say that, because with the Steeler getting both wins, the Miss Owensboro, if Hopp gets both wins, then it'll go on time to see who gets that inside lane. So I know Greg Hopp's going to want that 100 points, but with a 3rd place finish in the first qualifier for Kenny Lupton, he's definitely going to want the 100 points. He don't want to be stuck out lane 5 or 6 or 5. He wants to be in 3 or 4. So that 100 points will go a long way if he can get the win here.
Lupton was your Grand Prix America winner earlier this year at the Indiana Governor's Cup northeast of here in Madison, Indiana, in the Lucas Oil. And Greg Hopp, John, won the season finale last year at the San Diego Bay Fair. Since 2021, there have been 7 races run in GPA. We have had 7 different winning drivers. Brandon Kennedy, Jeff Bernard, Andrew Tate, Greg Hopp, Jack Lupton, Ken Lupton, and Austin Ekrit. Will we have an 8th this weekend, or will we have a repeater? Still lots to decide.
Yeah, time will tell, but that's a pretty cool stat. 7 different races since 2021, 7 different winners. But this will be an interesting one. Even though it's only a 2-boat heat, you got 2 good ones. We're 45 seconds away. Lupton will be in 1, Hopp will be in 2.
40 seconds until the start, as John mentioned. New Zealand versus the United States of America here in GP2B. 30 seconds until the start. John, alignment looks good.
They look really good. They're pretty good on time here with 23 seconds to the start. Got to get that 17-second run off the entrance of 2. Here they come, Ayler. They're coming down the start-finish line. Bring them to the line.
Should be a good start. They're behind that exit pin prior to 10 seconds. Lupton in lane 1, Hopp in 2. They see the South Central Bank start-finish line. We are 3, 2, 1. Mark, it appears to be a clean start. We're racing in GP2B here in Owensboro. Ken Lupton right there at the line when the clock struck 0. Lucas Oil in front, Hopp in second, and Jago Homes presents Super Shine. Lupton, your leader.
Lupton, the leader down the backstretch, halfway through lap number 1, but Hopp is right there. You can still see him. He's hidden in the white water, but Kenny Lupton's getting a great ride through turn number 2. He'll turn left first. He's opened up by a full rooster tail over top of Hopp. Lupton coming at you.
We'll come down to complete lap number 1. Ken Lupton looking good in lane number 1, and Lucas Oil. 1 complete, 3 to go. Clearly out in front. Greg Hopp running in second, and Jago Holmes presents Super Shine. Well spread out here in GP2B. Tommy, Mr. John, Lupton leads it.
Yeah, we're 1.5 in, 2.5 to go. Kenny's probably getting word from his radio corral guy, Mr. Hewitt, who is doing his radios this weekend, probably telling him just take it nice and easy. You're all the way opened up by a full straightaway. But Kenny doesn't really know easy as he really turns it hard through turn number 2. For the Hop family, they're probably just happy with a second place run here. They'll have 195 points going to the final.
Coming up to the halfway mark of GP2B, it's been all Ken Lupton out of Waverly, New Zealand in the Lucas Oil. Greg Hopp, we see exiting turn number 2 on our live stream. Will come down to complete his second lap in second. And Jago Holmes presents Super Shine. Ken Lupton off turn number 1. Coming your way, John.
2.5 in, 1.5 to go. And it's Ken Lupton here, the Miss Lucas Oil out of Waverly, New Zealand. Picks up that right sponson, sets it back down, and turns left hard. Looking really good here in Heat 2B. Nice run for the Lupton family in that GP 577. All the way from Waverly, New Zealand. They'd love to win the U.S. Summer Nationals.
Exits the turn, white flag displayed. 3 complete, 1 more to go for Ken Lupton and Lucas Oil. Greg Hopp up in turn number 2, and the Jago Holmes presents Super Shine. Lupton at the apex of the Blue Bridge turn, exits a corner, carves it nicely, and Johnny's looking to get those 100 points in first. Half a lap to go.
Yeah, he really wants those 100 points after that third place finish earlier today. This is a great opportunity for our fans on the shoreline. Watch how this boat turns, and that skid fin hooks up when it goes through the turn. When he comes down the straightaway, he'll get off of it a little bit, and he'll open up a pocket of air underneath. But your leader off of 2.
Lupton approaches the South Central Bank start-finish line. Your winner, GP2B, Ken Lupton, Lucas Oil. Greg Hopp up in turn number 2. In the Jago Holmes presents Super Shine. Hop off the turn. Greg Hopp will get that second place points, and those are valuable. He should have a good lane coming up in the final heat for the Summer Nationals. And John, right now, not total the points, but Hopp's going to be in 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
And this old boat can get it.
Yeah, he'll be in 2 or 3 between himself and Jeff Bernard. And then it'll probably 4 for Lupton, depending on what happens here in this next heat, because you got Jack Lupton coming out who won his qualifier earlier. So still a lot to be decided with Heat 2C coming up next. I'm going to try to make my way down here and see if I can talk to Ken Lupton. Great run there in 2B.
Thank you, John. Boats returning to the pit dock here at the 2022 Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Holmes. I'd like to thank our start-finish line sponsor, back with us for year number 2, South Central Bank. Founded in the bank's history dates back to 1889, the year Deposit Bank of Monroe County was first chartered. The original founder, James Kenneth Bale, purchased Deposit Bank of Monroe County back in 1972. Since its founding, South Central Bank has never lost sight of that focus. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, our start-finish line sponsor, South Central Bank. South Central Bank, thank you. Fans, thank them as well.
Jeff Ayler, I'm going to pull Ken Lupton right now. He's just getting out of the boat, making his way back onto the shore here. See if we can get it where we can. Your winner of Heat 2B, well, 2C, that became 2B. Ken Lupton, nice run. Pick up the victory there, get 100 points. Set you up pretty good, a third and a first. You should be in a good spot for the final.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, we're just happy to try and make the final and keep everything in one piece. But yeah, we gave it a few more tune-ups and tried to give a bit of a kick along that time just to try and get a bit better time and if it come down to times. But boat seems to be doing everything it's meant to do, but you know what it's like when it comes to the final. Everyone brings their A game, so it all changes.
Yeah, what we got to do now, put her back on the trailer, just reassess, tune up a couple things. Put her on kill or no?
Yeah, we'll look at it and yeah, see what the fuel and all the plugs are done. So still think it's pretty safe, so we could probably take a bit more out of it and then see what happens in the final.
See what you got, man. You'll be probably 4. I don't really know, but good luck to you in the final.
Thank you.
That's Ken Lupton, your winner of Heat 2B. We're strapped in for 2C, Jeff. Shouldn't be any minute.
Attention the pits. Attention the pits. GPA drivers, stand by for your clock countdown coming up to 1 to the 5 for GP2C. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is 1 to the 5 for GP2C.
Attention in the pits. S-boats. S-boats. Be ready. Your crane's coming. S-boats.
"30 seconds, drivers." "20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is the 5-minute period for GP Heat 2C drivers. Crank them up.
All right, Heat is on their way out. First boat out. Kentucky Towel Distributors presents the GP35. The Thompson Automotive Group, driven by Bobby Kennedy out of the great state of Michigan. Your first boat out of the pit area. And Jeff Ayler, a lot of work went into getting that boat on the water. Next boat out, the 33. The Miss Lucas Oil. The 33 Lupton Motorsports, driven by Jack Lupton out of Waverley, New Zealand.
John, you're exactly right about the 35 camp, the boat we're watching right now in the live stream, courtesy of Concept Sound and Light. Beautiful red, white, and blue boat. They could have very easily just went ahead into the final. Great competitive spirit by that team owned by Ron and Sandy Thompson. And when you got Bobby Kennedy, anytime a Kennedy's in the cockpit, they don't want to set one out. They want to race.
Yeah, they want to race, and they've done it. And here comes our third boat out of Grand Island, New York, the GP50. The Freedom, driven by Brody Sr. out on the fence.
It's the Hughes Concrete, and John, my cohort, I team up with many times out of Kennewick, Washington, my friend Brad Luce. He loves Ken Brody. I know he's not supposed to say that as an announcer, but Brody is due to win one of these GP races. And Brad, if you're watching, good afternoon. It could be here this weekend. Brody's still in this.
Hughes Concrete on the side of the boat this weekend for the GP50 team. I'd love to get a win. I know Ken has been itching to get a win in that GP50. Obviously, a couple years ago, he lost his dad. He's devoted his entire season to Ken Brody Sr. So let's see what Junior can do here in Heat 2C. A very competitive Heat 2C coming up for you here on the Ohio.
250 until the start, 250 away. Lupton, the monitor, Lupton Motorsports. He had a win earlier today. And right now, John, if Lupton wins this heat,
we'll be on time.
He will go into lane number 2, and Hop would go into the 3 lane, because I think Tate probably has a little bit better elapsed time than the 33. So right now the scenario looks Tate in 1 in the final. Jack Lupton wins this one, he'll go to 2. Hop will be in 3, but anything can happen in an 8-boat Summer National GP final. But we got to get through this heat first. I'm jumping too far ahead.
Yeah, don't get too far ahead, but you're right. And I know Jack, he only knows one way. That's flat out. So if it's on time, I know Andrew's got a fast time in that 777. Wouldn't count out to 33. We got to get through this one first. He's got two other very good competitors in here in the 50 and the 35. 152 away from the start, Jeff Ayler. I'm really looking forward to this one.
Bobby Kennedy we see on the monitor. Now Jack Lupton, the Lupton Motorsports, 140 away, 140 away. GP Heat 2C here at the Owensboro HydroFair, presented by Jago Homes, 1:30 until the start. And lane number 1 will be Ken Brody, my friend Brad Luce's favorite GP boat. Lane number 2 will be Bobby Kennedy, and lane number 3, Jack Lupton. So John Lupton's got some work to do on the outside with Brody tucked on the pins. If that thing's humming, he could get those 100 points.
Yeah, Ken's been working since that first heat. Been thrashing on the boat a little bit. See what he's got here with that inside lane, and of course we know the ignition issues that the 35 had. They completely changed out the ignition box. They're ready to go here. They'll be in lane 2. And of course with Jack on the outside, it's going to be full bore with that 33 running on the outside. 44 seconds from the start. They'll start to line up on the backstretch. It'll be Brody in 1, Kennedy in 2, and Lupton in 3. Jeff Ayler, 35 seconds for the start.
Kennedy leads him up. He'll be in lane 2, followed by Brody. He'll tuck into 1. Lupton and the dominant red boat will go to the outside. John, alignment looks nice, and those throttles will get picked up here in just a short.
8 seconds from the start. Looking really good here. All 3 of them are going to be side by side by side. But watch for Lupton. He's going to really toke it up on the outside. Here they come, Ayler.
This will be a great start. Everybody behind that yellow buoy at 10 seconds. They're going to be a little late. We're 3, 2, 1. Mark, clean start. We're racing. GP on Kennedy. Across the start-finish line buoy. Kennedy on the outside. Brody to the inside. Side by side dueling. Kennedy a leader, a slight lead. Kennedy, Brody, side by side.
Kennedy in lane number 2 sticks his nose out in front. Brody on the inside and Lupton on the outside. All 3 of them all within 1 wrist down of each other as they head down here into turn number 2. Bobby Kennedy in the 35 to toss it on. We'll go. TM Special is there, but so is Lupton. Jack Lupton's hit it in the white water on the outside. 2 boat lengths behind.
Boy, Lupton flying on the outside. Brody tough maneuvering in lane number 1 with rough water held tight to the pins. We'll come down to complete lap number 1. Beautiful race here at GP2C. Bobby Kennedy leads it in Kentucky Tile Distributors. Jack Lupton in 2nd in Lupton Motorsports. Ken Brody 3rd in Hughes Concrete. Off turn number 1, Kennedy in front, but John told me Lupton's still knocking on the door.
Here comes Lupton on the outside. You cannot even see him, Owensboro. He's hitting the white water right out there. When they turn left, it'll be 2 boats. Here comes Kennedy on the inside, and Lupton's still right there. We'll call it 2 boat lanes separating 1st and 2nd as they come up the exit pit at turn number 2. Kennedy is still your leader.
Boy, Kennedy driving a dandy on the inside, but here comes Jack Lupton on the outside. We're halfway through 2C and GP. Kennedy maintains that lead, and John Kennedy trying every trick in the book legally, trying to hip check the best he can. Off the turn, Kennedy in front, but Lupton is still there in 2nd.
Here he comes on the outside, and there he is. Lupton's going to stick his nose out in front. There, side by side. Now Kennedy's back out in front. Best post rated of the weekend so far as they go down into turn number 2. Kennedy turns left first, but Lupton is still right there. We're calling 3 boat lanes separating your top 2. White flag this time by Jack Ayler.
Beautiful race here in GP2C. 2 of the best in the business, Bobby Kennedy and Jack Lupton. White flag display. 3 complete, 1 more to go. Can Kennedy hang on in Kentucky Tile Distributors? Lupton still a hard charge on the outside. Kennedy's lead. It's down to 3 boat lengths final time around.
They'll come off the exit of turn number 1. They'll got about a half a lap to go. Can Bobby Kennedy keep it, or is Jack Lupton going to catch him as they come down here into turn number 2 for the 4th and final time? Kentucky Tile Distributors presents the GP35. Bobby Kennedy's got about a quarter of a lap. Bring him to the line, Ayler.
Final turn, final lap, Kennedy, Lupton, time running out for Lupton. Kennedy, here comes Lupton. Kennedy, Lupton, Kennedy, Lupton. It is, oh, John told me it could be a heater. It could be a heater, just like we watch our 4-legged friends. That could be a dead heat in GP and 2C. Lupton came from the clouds. Wow. Beautiful dueling.
Gonna have to let us know on that one, Jeff Ehler. It was a great turn. Jack Lupton was making up a lot of ground. Right through the apex to the exit is where he made up ground every lap. And they came down to start finish. Let us know about that photo when you get a chance.
We'll go to the videotape. Now digital. I want to get the reaction of these fans here along the shoreline when these engines subside, because, John, even an old guy like me in this cushioned box up here with air and drinks and monitors and a seat, I jumped up on my 2 feet there at the end.
You keep that up there. You ain't sweating. But you got to let me know who won, because I got to go interview them.
They're over there taking a look at it. And, you know, you heard me mention my friend Brad Luce. And, Brad, I hope you're watching, because he had fun with me at Detroit one year. I said, here they come. It's a heater. You know what it is. Well, Brad didn't know what it was. And he turns to the people around up at the tower in Detroit, and he kind of goes like, what's a heater? But that's what's called a dead heat in thoroughbred racing. And, John, these fans should know this here with Ellis Park just to our northwest.
All right, tell me, have you got that result yet?
I'm waiting for the official word. Owensboro, before we get that official finish, how do you like GP? Owensboro, we have a winner of GP 2C. Before I announce it, who thinks Bobby Kennedy won in the red, white, and blue boat? Who thinks Jack Lupton won in the dominant red boat? Even score by my calculations up here. Your winner of GP 2C, Jack Lupton, Lupton Motorsports by an eyelash. Bobby Kennedy in second in Kentucky Tile Distributors. Third to Ken Brody, Yowza.
You have to get us a time on that one, Jeff. See what the difference was. I'm gonna try to hunt down Jack. Jack's already made his way up here to the top. He's fast. Them Kiwis are fast. Gotta make my way up here to get Jack.
That was fun.
That doesn't come around every once in a while, Jeff, that we get to call a heater like that. That was really cool. Jack Lupton, come over here, Jack. You're a now official winner of Heat 2C. Man, that was a good one. Bobby had you the whole time, but you came off that exit of turn 2 on that 4th lap. You were making up ground every time, and you just flat out floored it to the line.
Yeah, I was just trying to be patient, but I'm a bit tired after that race, to be honest. But, yeah, same old me and Bobby were still at it together, and it could have gone either way. And it's just like you say, you get a nice piece of water through a turn and you get through, and a bit of the luck went my way today. So, but I'm sure he's going to come back again, no doubt, and he's one heck of a driver, so I have a lot of fun with him.
Yeah, it was a great work by that 35 team just to get the boat in the water and then to put up a showing like that. And within, Jeff Ehler said it's within inches that you won that heat. So that's pretty cool. But that's 2 wins. Yeah. That's going to be a good spot in the final. What you got for that team down the other end of the pit area?
I don't know. Those guys are pretty quick, but we're all here having a go at them, and we're going to do our best and see what we've got. So.
Bobby Kennedy just came up with a great race between these 2 guys. Bobby, I'll get your word, man. You were there the whole time. What happened off the exit of 4? He just came and got you.
Man, he had boat speed on me the whole time, so, you know, I just had flashbacks of Valleyfield when he was pushing me out, so I was like, I'm going to try it to him, and I told him before the heat, if you're there, I'm pushing you out. I guess I just didn't push him out further enough, but hey, you know, he keeps digging, keeps pushing. You know, he deserved it. He's a great driver. Love racing this team, and I don't know. So, you know, we got a few more heats this weekend, and hopefully we can go out there and play again together.
Well, speak about your team real quick. I mean, a heck of a job by that 35 team just to even get you in the water after the ignition problems earlier.
Yeah, we couldn't figure it out, and the funny thing is Jack Lufton came up and said, hey, this happened to me before, and we broke a blower. Open up the butterflies and see if the blower's turning. And sure enough, they weren't, so we thrashed to change blowers, and thanks to GPA and Dean Rojas for holding off that heat so we could make it and go play with Jack and Ken. So, yeah, we barely made it, but thankfully we did.
Well, you're in the final. You got that nice second place there. Great job, and we'll see you in the final. One more thing.
Yeah, we really wanted to make it. Our sponsor, Kentucky Tile Distributors, showed up, so we had to go out there and put a show on for our sponsor. So I'd like to thank him for the opportunity for us to have his name on the boat and go out there and run, and hopefully we can go out there a few more times this weekend and do him proud.
Well, that's what it's all about, Jeff Baylor. Great run by two great teams. You talk about it all the time, the sportsmanship that we have here in inboard hydroplane racing. The guy that just beat him helped him out to get him on the water. That's pretty cool.
Good stuff. Thank you, John Tomey, and wanted to say hello to a friend listening and watching out in Tri-Cities, Washington. He's one of the nuts and bolts behind the live stream of H1 Unlimited. Tate Meyer, good afternoon, and you and your brother Jared do a great job with H1 Unlimited on the streaming, along with Walt Ottened, and John Tate says his hello to you and says we need to get you involved a little bit more. You're doing a great job.
I appreciate it. I'd love to be involved if I can with you and Brad. I mean, you guys are tremendous on the H1 scene. I would love to come to one of them races anywhere in the country. I'd gladly do it.
I want to bring a special guest with us here at the start-finish line. The South Central Bank start-finish line, and we had the president of the bank with us, Kevin Carrico. What a time to bring you in. Almost a dead heat in that last one. Take it to the bank.
Jeff, can we just wait a minute? My hair is still on my neck there of that last race. What a fun time that was, and trust me, it's been close to 50 years ago when I was on this river and saw Mr. Bill Muncie, Atlas Van Lines, and Miss Budweiser do the exact same thing. So needless to say, this is a pretty sentimental moment for me.
That is outstanding. I didn't realize you were a hydroplane connoisseur. You know Bill Muncie and Atlas Van Lines and Miss Budweiser. You know Owensboro's hero won the first one here in 1969, Bill Sterrett Sr. and the Budweiser.
Absolutely, absolutely. I recall those days and can remember Mr. Sterrett coming down Frederica Street in his boat during the parade the day before. And what an impression it made on a 8-year-old snot-nosed kid at the time.
Well, Kevin, earlier this week, we've had 7 drivers win in Owensboro from 69 to 78, 79 the GP race, and last year with Andrew Tate, Bill Sterrett Sr., Bill Muncie, Dean Chenoweth, George Henley, Billy Shoemaker, Chip Hanauer, Andrew Tate. Those 7 drivers that have won in Owensboro, they have all won the APBA Gold Cup.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. I just hope everyone is enjoying today, Jeff. And I just want to, if I can, take just a moment to just thank everyone out there for being here today. More importantly, I want to thank our city officials and everyone, Jago Homes, and everyone that's a major part of bringing this to our hometown in Owensboro, Kentucky. I will state this. I can even remember where I used to have to pay $2 for a button to be able to come and attend this, and to think that people are able to come out here and enjoy this for nothing. What a treat, what a delight.
You bring up a good point. It was either in the Messenger Inquirer or the Owensboro Times earlier this week that first admission badge, $2 in today's money, $16. The first race in Owensboro, the purse was $21,000. Today's money, $146,000. Can I take that to you and get that return on a CD at South Central Bank?
Needs to say, for a banker, that gets me a little excited. And by the way, we do got a little promo going on CDs, so there you go. Break it on, we'll take care of you, Jeff.
Outstanding. And the bank has been very synonymous with help here in Owensboro and the surrounding areas, and we're so glad you're on board with South Central Bank.
Thank you again, and what a pleasure. And more importantly, I hope all of our visitors from Owensboro that's here today, hope you're enjoying yourself. and please come back.
Kevin Carrico with us, the president of South Central Bank and Hydroplane fan from way back. You look good. You look better than me. You're holding up well.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Let's give a round of applause to South Central Bank President Kevin Carrico.
Thank you very much. Awesome.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Y boats. Get ready, you're next. Y boats.
John, did you notice that? I was trying to get 21,000 turned into 146,000. That'd be a good return.
That's not a bad return. Not a bad return.
Be a good pick 5 payoff, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir. Speaking of, we got to see who wins the Alabama.
Yeah, real quick on that. For our thoroughbred fans, I know we got bunches of them here in this part of the country. The Alabama Stakes today up at Saratoga Springs, New York. Nest, who finished second in the Belmont Stakes and in the runner-up position as well in the Kentucky Oaks behind Secret Oath. They'll battle today at Saratoga, and the Alabama Secret Oath was fourth in the Preakness Stakes. And John, I got on the bandwagon a little bit too late with my wager. I put a little bit more on Secret Oath than I thought in the Preakness. I should have done it in the Oaks.
Yep, 2 weeks late.
But back to hydroplaning. Up next, we'll have our TY qualifier, followed by 2.5 stock. Then National Mod G&H combined, going back to 2.5 mod, 350s, and our final race of the day here in Owensboro on this Saturday will be the GP APBA Summer National Championship. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. 1 liter combined drivers. Stand by for your clock countdown to 1 to the 5. Coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That is 1 to the 5 for the 1 liter combined. "30 seconds, drivers." "20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That is the 5-minute period for 1 liter combined. John, tell me, send them away.
All right, Jeff Baylor, here we go. Second heat of the day for our 1 liters. First boat out of the pit area will be the Y80, the Outlaw, Leo's Vacation Center. Keith McMullen out of Annapolis, Maryland is your driver. Next boat out to be the 40. The double OT, Scott Melowick out of Beaver Creek, Ohio. He's trying to get the 40 fired up and away from the dock. Next boat will be Michael Kolarczyk, Evansville, Indiana, in the T-boat. 1.5 liter stock making his way out. And we're still waiting on Brandon Kennedy in the 88, the little orange, as he pulls away from the dock. All right, Ayler, all four off the dock, making their way to you.
3:55 until the start. And John, one of our race fans high atop the Owensboro Convention Center on third level, when the first boat started up, they said, that craft sounds different, sounds like a weed eater engine. Explain to our fans and watching online, dominant power plant in this class right now is those jet ski engines.
Correct, it's two-stroke jet ski motors. A lot of them either run a Seckler Motorsports engine or another combination of 1 liter modified engine, but Jim Seckler's got a hand in this class, a really big hand in it, and he builds motors for this class, so a lot of the guys in this class have been running that. Yeah, it's a more high-pitched sound, and problems for Melowick. Scott Melowick trying to get out of the pit area in that Y40 double OT. Hopefully he can make it out.
So Kennedy in the dominant orange craft, little orange, entering turn number 1, followed by the red, white, and blue boat. That's Bob Wilson's Outlaw, Leo's Vacation Center with veteran Keith McMullen out of Annapolis, Maryland in the cockpit. Mike Kolarczyk out of Evansville, Indiana, the dominant white craft, well outside the apex of turn number 1 in Kolarczyk Racing. And John, you mentioned Scott Melowick. Has he got an answer yet to that Yamaha?
He's trying to turn it over. He's cranking on her, trying to get her out of the pit area. He's having some trouble. He was talking about it a little bit earlier. He said he figured it out, but right now he's struggling getting it up on plane and out of the pit area. But really cool to see Brandon Kennedy back behind the wheel, one of the smaller boats. It's been a while since Brandon has driven the smaller classes, but he's back behind the wheel here in the Y boat. And then Keith McMullen, he's your Eastern Divisional champion in that Y80. You got to watch out for that Leo's Vacation Center Outlaw.
Coming up on the 2-minute mark for our 1 liter combined. 2 minutes. 2 minutes until the start. Nice shot from the drone up above of the little orange in Leo's Vacation Center. Working through turn number 1 here in the warm-up period at the Owensboro HydroFair, presented by Jago Homes. And John, I know Mike Kolarczyk will be happy. Had trouble yesterday. First time we've seen Mike out on the water, and he's getting these starting inboard racing, and right now his start sequence don't look too bad. 125 away. Of course, he'll have to circle around and start on the outside being a rookie, but you do have to start somewhere. Somewhere is here.
Yep, he's in a good spot. And obviously he's in a 1.5 liter stock, which is a 97 cubic inch motor. Those boats are significantly down on horsepower compared to the other 2 that he's racing against, but great place to start. It looks like he's in a good spot for the start. And it'll be between Kennedy and McMullen here, but a good job by Kolarczyk just to get out of the water.
Coming up on 50 seconds until the start. 1 liter combined. And John Melowick, if you're not in a running attitude at 1 minute, you're an illegal starter, and it appears that he wasn't able to get an answer to the double OT.
Yeah, he's throwing the lid up. He's not going to make it out here for this heat. Unfortunate for Scott. He was running so well earlier in the season, not sure what's going on. Maybe they'll get it fixed here tonight. He's ready to go tomorrow. With 20 seconds from the start, it looks like Kennedy will be in 1 and McMullen will be in 2. But why don't you bring them to the line, Jeff L., for the start of the Y-Boat final.
Brandon Kennedy will lead them up, followed by Keith McMullen. Mike Kolarczyk will trail back. It's 1 liter combined. We are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, clean start at the South Central Bank start-finish line. We're racing in 1 liter combined. Brandon Kennedy leads them across the line in Y88 little orange, but John, this time Keith McMullen ran better on the outside in Outlaw Leo's Vacation Center. Top 2 in turn number 1. Kennedy on the buoy row, McMullen on his hip, Kennedy in front. Now, side by side.
Side by side battle, half a lap in here to the Y boat final. Keith McMullen on the outside and Brandon Kennedy on the inside, duking it out here for the lead as they come down here into turn number 2. Kennedy in the little orange, McMullen in the outlaw. These two longtime racers been racing each other, against each other, it seems like in every class for a long time. They'll come off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. It'll be 1 down, 3 to go.
As you just saw moments ago, a beautiful shot of the boats entering turn number 2. John, it's a similar camera angle when you're watching the Home Street Bank Cup at Seafair when they enter the north turn on Lake Washington. Our camera crew from Concept Sound and Light doing a beautiful job here this weekend at the Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes. Keith McMullen, your leader in the red, white, and blue Outlaw Leo's Vacation Center. Brandon Kennedy has dropped back to second in little orange, and John Mike Talarzek made his start. First ever heat in inboard racing. He wants to finish, but the story right now is McMullen in front.
1.5 in, 2.5 to go here in the Y boat final. And yeah, McMullen, that was an all-important start for Talarzek, though. 3 boats did start the heat, so these guys will be able to pick up the points that go along with it here in the Y boat final as McMullen comes to the apex of turn number 2. Nice boat ride for the Y80 Outlaw. He'll come around and complete lap 2.
Keith McMullen, the veteran, as I mentioned, out of Annapolis, Maryland. Boat owned by Bob Wilson. Bob, of course, is the inboard chairman in the APBA inboard category. He sees his boat complete lap number 2 comfortably in front over Brandon Kennedy in little orange. McMullen, your leader, Kennedy in the second position, and John Mike Talarzek back in the third spot is doing exactly what he needs to do under the watchful eyes of the APBA officials. Stay on the outside, drive clean, drive courteous.
Yep, get outside, stay out of the way, put a couple heats under your belt, and do what you need to do. Get that card signed as we're 2.5 in, 1.5 to go, and it's all McMullen in the 80, the Outlaw. He stretched it out now by half a straightaway over top of Kennedy back in second. That Y80, good opportunity for your fans there up where you are as he comes off the exit of turn number 2 to see how the air gets packed underneath these boats and how they use that front canard to adjust the ride level of these hydroplanes as they come across start finish.
John, you were right on cue. Our camera person, Leslie, is spot on. Keith McMullen, white flag displayed, 3 complete, 1 more to go. Your leader in Outlaw Leo's Vacation Center. Brandon Kennedy second in little orange, Y88 running without the cowling. Love that exhaust pipe stack coming out that engine as he works into turn number 1. Talarzek remains in third, and John, final time around for our leader, Keith McMullen.
McMullen looking really good here in the Y80, the Outlaws. He heads down the backstretch. We'll call it almost 3/4 of a straightaway advantage over top of Kennedy back in second. But the Y80, the Leo's Vacation Center, the Outlaw, he'll turn left. He'll come all through the apex of turn number 2. And Jeff Vaylor, bring home your winner. Keith McMullen in the 80, the Outlaw. He's coming to you.
Final turn, final lap, 1 leader combined. Keith McMullen sees the South Central Bank start-finish line. Checkered flag waving. Here's your winner of 1 liter mod, or combined, I'm sorry, Keith McMullen, Leo's Vacation Center, Outlaw. Brandon Kennedy down the front chute. Brandon won the qualifier. Will finish second here in the second heat of the day for 1 liter combined. Brandon Kennedy second in little orange. And Mike Talarzek still on his run. We're going to give Mike the white flag this time to go around 1 more time. We will go ahead and deliver the checkered flag to Mike Talarzek in the Y10, or T10, pardon me, Talarzek Racing. So, John, even though it was only 2 laps, Mike's first heat is in the books, and you know that feeling. You're happy regardless if you were first or behind.
Yeah, hopefully Mike can bring that T-boat to some of our East Coast races. Maybe he'll show up in Hampton, Virginia in September where he can race against some other T-boats on the East Coast and get a little bit more experience. But yep, you start it, you finish it. That's a good start to your hydroplane racing career, but hats off to the 80 team and hats off to that 88 Chris Oliver getting that 88 dialed in. I saw John Shaw was down here doing a little bit of tuning to help that team get that 88 on the water. They've been struggling this year, but a good job getting a nice second place here in the final.
Don't forget this evening, the party is just getting started. Downtown Summer Jam. Live music begins at 7 in McConnell Plaza, and you do not want to miss the Lights on the Ohio show at 8:30. It will be a pyro musical with bridge lights and fireworks, all set to a great soundtrack that everyone will enjoy. Starting at 7 tonight, Downtown Summer Jam and Lights on the Ohio. And John's second year back for hydroplane racing here in Owensboro, and they do it on the water, they do it on the land, they do it in the sky.
Yeah, last night was cool. There was a lot of people out there for that concert that they had down there on the riverfront where you were at. Really good concert that they did. And tonight is going to be great. The fireworks last year were tremendous. I'm sure it'll be another great show here tonight. We've got our S-boats in. They are strapped in. They are ready to go.
Yeah, we had a great evening. We went to a local restaurant and had a good time. And I was tired. I went to bed early. I had 2 Dr. Peppers, and I was wore out.
I should have. I didn't follow you, but I stayed up, and unfortunately, a lot of our friends were at the bar drinking a little bit, and you know how that goes. Stayed up a little bit too late.
You had too many Dr. Peppers.
Too many Dr. Peppers. Yep.
All right, Mike Talarzek got word, and John, that's good too, that APB officials knows that he saw the flags, got the communication, and came back in. And that's just more of a feather in your cap qualifying as an inboard pilot.
Absolutely. Well, we bring it in a little hot, though. Here they go. He'll get used to that docking it on the dock. It came in a little hot, but they'll get used to it. 2.5 liter stocks, they're ready.
John Tomey, while we have a break in the action, we see Scott Melowick on the tow rope coming back to the English Park pit area. We'd like to wish a very special happy birthday today to our inspector, Mike Noonan. Happy birthday, Mike. Attention the pits. Attention to pits. Corrected. No announcement, John.
How many 1-minute penalties you got today?
Now attention in the pits. Attention the pits. 2.5 stock drivers. Stand by for your clock countdown to 1 to the 5. Coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. That is 1 to the 5 for 2.5 stock. Thirty seconds, drivers. 20. 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is the 5-minute period for the 2.5 stocks. Mr. John Tomey, take them away from the pit dock.
All right, here they come out of the pit area. This first boat out to 75, Carson Fabro. Next boat out to 67, CE Engineering and Kevin Kreitzer. The 14, Grant Hearn. The Legacy 1-2, the 49 of Jeff Dobis, and the 50 of Eddie Camfus, all making their way out of the pit area at the same time. Just waiting on Dennis Wright and the 2, the Miss Alvy Signs, out of New Harmony, Indiana. He's the final boat to pull away from the dock.
Thank you, John Tomey. Our winner earlier today in the heat race was Grant Hearn out of North Webster, Indiana, in the Legacy 1. And John, I believe that's the first time in person that I've seen Grant Hearn drive, and a nice little shoe.
Yeah, Grant's gone from the outboard to the inboard like a lot of the other Hearns and the guys out in that part of Indiana, and he's done a great job going from outboard to inboard. He was running really well at the start of the HRL season. He's kind of slacked off a little bit, had some mechanical issues. The boat actually blew over when Paul Barber was driving it in Brockville. They've just had some issues with that boat, but they'll get it railed back in. He is a great shoe.
Thank you, John. And another young man in here that began his racing career earlier this year, well known for his simulated hydroplane racing, is Eddie Canfus, the boat off turn number 1 up the back straightaway, the Daylight Hydraulics misbehaved boat. And John, you know, these simulator guys, they got a big fan following. He's got Tate and Jared Meyer watching, Nick Kish. Canfus has got so many fans at 19 he can't count them.
Yeah, Eddie's done a great job with that simulator program. Really is. It's very, very similar to what they experience out here on the water. Unfortunately, it looks like you've got a boat down in front of you at the convention center.
Yeah, Kevin Kreitzer dead in the water in that conventional Duncan Oil Bauman family CE Engineering boat. Now he's refired. So the baby blue conventional Steinecker hull back up and running. Boy, we can hear in the background a little pop and a crack out of that 2.5 stock Ford engine, but let's hope Kevin's problem is solved. And John, we mentioned earlier today, this is a throwback, and this is a competitive boat, but love the late Mark Burkhart's X-Ray. It was a conventional 5-liter. He was a one-time Ohio Governor's Cup champion, and boy, I miss Mark Burkhart. Soft-spoken, but tough on the water. Tough.
I remember calling that boat in Waterford, Michigan when he was running it. Man, that thing would fly for a conventional in the 5-liter class. It was a great boat. The old X-Ray.
He'd drive that thing down the turn, and it corked left, and I do not know how he turned that boat, but it would turn on a dime, and in the seat of that thing, that had to be a phenomenal piece of machinery to drive. But boy, he could take it around the track. And as I mentioned, a one-time Ohio Governor's Cup champion, and many other race wins under his belt as well, the late Mark Burkhart.
Looks like Kreitzer's going to come back. Didn't like what he felt inside that 67, so he's going to bring the C&E Engineering back to the pit area. So that'll leave us with 5.
Coming up on the 1-minute period here for 2.5 stock, Grant Hearn leading them up, followed by Fast Eddie Canfus. We're 3, 2, 1, mark. 1-minute period underway for 2.5 stock. John Tomey, bring him up into turn number 2, set the lanes. Now, Fast Eddie, is he going to leapfrog?
He's going to try. It looks like Dan might be in his ear telling him to try to leapfrog over. Did he get over? Ooh, no. Grant Hearn still holds on to 1. Canfus holds on to 2. Looks like Dobbins is in 3.
Thirty
and
seconds.
They are early.
Yeah, they are early. You saw that move by Canfus, and that's what instigated that early move. You saw Hearn get back on the throttle, but Hearn did not want to lose that inside positioning. We are 15 seconds until the start. Hearn in 1, Fast Eddie in 2, Dobus in 3. We're coming to the start-finish line, brought to you by South Central Bank. We're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. It's a clean start. We're racing at 2.5 stock. Fast Eddie late to the line. Grant Hearn leads him across the line. And a great start by Carson Fabro on the outside. Working the first of 4 laps. Grant Hearn, your leader. But John Fabro driving beautifully in lane 3. Fast Eddie in 3rd.
Yeah, it's a great battle for second between Fabro and Camfus. Side by side for second position. Grant Hearn's checked out by a full rooster tail, but a great run for Fabro. We talked about this boat yesterday. Dylan Runney used to campaign this boat in the HRL series. That's a fast 2.5 stock running in second right now, but it's all Grant Hearn through the apex of turn number 2. He'll come off the exit pin. Your leader, the 14, Grant Hearn.
Hearn in front. We got a battle for second shaping up. Fast Eddie's not out of it. Carson Fabro in 3rd. Hearn comfortably in front. We see Fabro. Fast Eddie Canfoosh back in 3rd, but he does have the positioning on the inside of Fabro. Hearn 1 complete, 3 to go. Fabro in 2nd. Eddie Canfoosh in the 3rd position. Jeff Dobus in 4th. Dennis Wright trails it. Hearn comfortably in front, but the battle is for 2nd. Fabro trying to hang on. Eddie Canfoosh carved a good corner down there in the buoy row, but John Fabro not giving up on the outside. Canfoosh countering back on the inside.
Yeah, Fabro opens it up just a little bit on the outside of Eddie Canfoosh. Eddie was about 2 boat lengths back for that battle for 2nd and 3rd. You said Eddie was a little bit late on the start. That's why he's mired back in 3rd position instead of battling for the lead. He's got his hands full. Great turn by Eddie that time, though, but Fabro going to keep up the horsepower. They'll come off the exit of 2, side by side for 2nd.
The race is for 2nd. Grant Hearn in front. And now Canfoosh, boy, he carved a good turn off turn number 2 on the exit pin. Hearn in front. Fabro trying to hang on to 2nd. Fast Eddie Canfoosh in the 3rd position in Daylight Hydraulics. Dobus in 4th, Wright in 5th. But the battle is for 2nd. Right in front of the Blue Bridge. Here on the Ohio River, now Canfoosh tightens it up as Fabro slid out a little bit. Hearn in front, deck-to-deck dueling for 2nd.
It's still Grant Hearn. We're 2.5 in, 1.5 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock final for Saturday, but it's Fabro on the outside and Canfoosh on the inside. They are still side by side as they go halfway down the backstretch for that 2nd place position. This is great learning experience for Eddie Canfoosh. Nice battle for 2nd between 2 young drivers battling out for the 2nd position. Your leader off the apex of 2.
Grant Hearn comfortably in front. Now Eddie Canfoosh has moved into 2nd, and Canfoosh has moved to the outside wake of your leader, Grant Hearn in front, but John Fabro is not giving up. Beautiful dueling here for 2nd in 2.5 stock. White flag displayed, the top 3 working their final time around. Grant Hearn in front, and now John Hearn has slowed some to conserve some engine and equipment, and now Fast Eddie closing in on Hearn, but time running out.
Well, you saw that big puff of smoke at the end of the straightaway. That's coming out of Hearn. So Hearn, he's got a little bit of trouble behind him. As Fast Eddie Canfoosh within a rooster tail and a half now. Is he going to have enough time as your leader, Grant Hearn, hits the top end of the race, bottom end of the race course here, I should say. He'll turn left first. He's got a rooster tail. We'll call it 2 full rooster tails. But Eddie, he's opening it up on 3rd position, Fabro. But your leader, Grant Hearn, off the exit of 2.
Final turn, final lap. Grant Hearn will hold on. Hearn sees the South Central Bank start-finish line. Your winner, 2.5 stock qualifier, Grant Hearn in Legacy 1. 2nd place will go to 19-year-old Fast Eddie Canfoosh out of Grand Island, New York, and the Daylight Hydraulics misbehaved. Good run by Carson Fabro out of Florida in the 3rd position in Fabro Racing. 4th spot will go to Jeff Dobus out of Rome City, Indiana, in the Dock Blaster, and Dennis Wright from nearby New Harmony, Indiana, will cross in the 5th position in the Miss Alvey Signs, and an unfortunate did not start will go to Kevin Kreitzer in the 67 Duncan Oil Bauman family CE Engineering. John, you've done a lot more inboard races than I have in recent years, and the first time I've seen Hearn run, are you a little bit surprised of the superiority of this boat, or is it that good?
No, not at all. He's got a great boat there. On this field, he's opened it up a little bit, though. He is definitely the superior boat of the 6 that are here this weekend. Nothing against the other guys, but that Hearn family, they got that boat running really well here as they're getting ready for their final race of the season in Sorel, Tracy, Quebec, over our Labor Day weekend. Those guys still in it. They're not in it for the top spot of the points in A-Trail, but they're still in it for a podium finish. So they're looking to finish the season strong.
Nice shot from our English Park pit camera. You see Grant Hearn back to the dock in the chartreuse in blue, Legacy 1. Fast Eddie Canfouche back to the pit dock in the red, checkered flag, mahogany decking, daylight hydraulics. Our live streaming and sound provider, thank you once again to Flint Razier and his team from Concept Sound and Light. John, our second year working with Concept Sound and Light, and true professionals. I like them.
Yeah, they do a great job. Guys follow me around. They get all the interviews that we're doing. They're doing a great job down here. Really cool to get the drone aspects and then get the pit aspects. I mean, this is an undertaking where you guys are, what, a half a mile away from us, and all this is communicating back and forth. It's pretty cool that they're able to do that. Jeff, do you happen to have lane assignments for our final yet?
Not yet, John. I'm getting there. And also, too, want to thank my friend I met here last year, Jason Snyder with Axiom. He's doing the graphics here for us this weekend. And not only Concept Sound and Light involved, but the fine folks from Axiom, they're up here as well. And everybody involved doing a wonderful job. Dominic, I've met him this year. They call him Dom. And he does wonders with that fan control device, Johnny. If it's at 3, I want it at 3, 2, down to 1. If I want it off, he's right on it.
They don't even make you stand up there. You ain't got to stand up.
I know it.
God.
You're great.
We're down here sweating like pigs.
Oh, we're having fun.
Having fun.
Owensboro, you having fun? Louder, Owensboro. All right, up next, John, we're going back to NM, G&H combined, or are we just going right to the 2.5 mod qualifier?
I do not see any NM or G&H in the water. So I would assume we're going to go A-boats.
Just got word we will go right into 2.5 mod. The NM, G&H teams elected to run one time today, and we'll see them back out on the water tomorrow here at the Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes. And we will see them back out on the water tomorrow. But, John, things are going by briskly.
Yeah, we're getting down to it now.
On this Saturday afternoon, day number 2 of 3 of activity on the Ohio River for the Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes. Of course, the top prize today is the APBA GP Summer Nationals here in Owensboro. That will be our final race of the day, our premier class, finishing our race card here on the Ohio River.
Yeah, Jeff, we got the A-boat final, the E-boat final, and then the GP Summer National final. That's our schedule remaining today. So if you get those heat draws, let me know. Lane assignments, I should say.
I'll step away just for a moment, John, and I'll make my way over there and see if we can get those lane assignments for that GP Summer National Championship. Stand by. John Toma, you got a copy?
Yes, sir.
I do have those lane assignments for the Summer National Championship for GP. Lane 1, Andrew Tate. Lane 2, Jack Lupton. Lane 3, Greg Hopp. Lane 4, Ken Lupton. Lane 5, Jeff Bernard. Lane 6, Yannick Leger. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. 2.5 liter modified drivers, stand by for your clock countdown to 1 to the 5. Coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is 1 to the 5 for 2.5 mod.
That's a dynamite final heat, by the way.
Yes, it is. And I will be ready. But we've got 2 more to go before we get to that dynamite Summer National Grand Prix final. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. $20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is the 5-minute period for the 2.5 modifieds. John Tomey, take them away.
All right, Jeff Baylor, 2.5 mods make their way out of the pit area. First boat out will be the 75, for Carson Fabro. He'll be followed up by the 42, the Pure Energy of Jeffrey Scott. U.S. Auto Supply out of Chesterfield, Michigan. The 18, Dominic Pano in the Pano Racing out of Rangeley, Maine, makes his way out. The 100, Emily Shover, Pickerington, Ohio. Emily back in, making her way out. And the old man, the 33, Jim Aid, out of Key Largo, Florida, in the Incoots again. Those are the 5 boats for the A-boat final, making their way to you.
Thank you, John. 4 minutes, 5 seconds until the start. Great shot on line of the 42, the U.S. Auto Supply, with assistance from TMG Marketing, Detroit Auto-Rama. 2.5 mod. Boy, Jim Aid looked good earlier today. 76 or not, he can still drive.
Oh, yeah, that boat, when they come, they're ready to roll. I mean, he doesn't make it to many races anymore, but when he does come out, that boat is flawless, really good. That A33 Incas, again, been running a long time. Like you said earlier, that boat's 40 years old and still out here performing at the top level.
325 away, 325. That's Carson Fabro on our monitor with the live stream from Concept Sound and Light. 3:10 until the start. John, it's been a glorious day here weather-wise. Chamber of Commerce weather here in Owensboro, Kentucky for the Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes. Great day of racing here and 2 more inboard heats, and then we'll go to the big one for the Summer Nationals in GP. I'm ready.
Yes, sir. Gonna be great. All the boats in that final is all either first, second, or third this weekend. They get running well. I'm looking forward. 6 across the line. Gonna be great when they come down the start-finish line. But we got to get through the A-boat and the E-boat final first. And we're 2:25 away.
Race before the race, your lane is not assigned to you when you leave the pit area. That's what is being conducted right now. Have to have your lane established prior to the exit pin of turn number 2, the start-finish line. And our fans along the shoreline and our viewers watching, you've heard it many times today. You need to be at this South Central Bank start-finish line buoy at full song, full throttle. John, you know if you jump the gun, that 1-minute penalty is elapsed on your time, competition time, and those 60 seconds, you don't want that added. right at the start.
All right, Jeff, we're 130 away, 130 away. Everybody looks like they're in a pretty good spot here for this A-boat final today.
John got a driver change in the Newman craft. The 100 some toy 5 in the boat right now in this heat is Dan Harold out of the Mansfield, Ohio area. Tony Black, thank you for that information. We saw Emily Schuber in it earlier today, but now Dan Harold in the cockpit of the dominant yellow boat going into turn number 1 with the flame effect up front in some toy 5. And we see that a lot in inboard racing. Tom Newman, the owner, what a gentleman out of Dublin, Ohio. And Tom has been very gracious to give a lot of rookie drivers a shot in the sport. And here's another example of it right here with Harold in the cockpit 30 seconds away.
Yeah, great job by that Newman Racing team, giving some guys that normally wouldn't have the opportunity today. But a good lineup coming at you, Jeff, as they come to the apex of turn number 2 as they get ready to come down the start-finish line. 8 is going to be in lane number 2. He's giving up the inside, but they're 10 seconds away. Here they come.
Off the turn, should be a clean start. We are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it is a clean start. We're racing in 2.5 liter modified, and Jim Aid, the veteran, leads them across the line and in cahoots again. Aid, your leader in turn number 1. We look back in second, and John, that is Jeff Scott in the U.S. Auto Supply. Aid, your leader, Scott in second, and boy, Scott looking good on the buoy row. He'd love to get these second place points, but gonna be tough to catch Aid. He looks good in front.
Yeah, Jimmy Aid's got it going all his way down the backstretch. A nice battle, though, for second, third, and fourth with Scott on the outside and Pono on the inside. But Jimmy Aid in the in cahoots again. He'll come through the apex of turn number 2. He's got the lead, but on his inside is Jeffrey Scott running a nice race down in lane number 1. They'll come down to complete lap number 1. It's all Jim Aid.
Boy, mistake on my part. Scott cut into this deficit. Now Aid is rewoken. 1 complete, 3 to go. Jim Aid in front in cahoots again. Jeff Scott second, U.S. Auto Supply. Third place to Dominic Pono in the number 18 out of Rangeley, Maine. Carson Fabro in 4th. And Dan Harold in the 5th position in some toy 5. And John Aid got the word. Now he extends it.
Yeah, he was getting a little bit close there between first and second, but Jimmy Aid got a notion in his helmet there to got to get on it a little bit, and now he's opened it up. We're 1.5 in and 2.5 to go here in the A-boat final. And out of Largo, Florida, it's all Jimmy Aid in cahoots again. But nice battle once again for second between Scott and Pono. Pono on the outside and Scott on the inside. Pono will take the advantage. He'll move into second.
We'll come down to complete lap number 2. Jim Aid in front in double 3. In cahoots again. Now Dominic Pono has moved into the second position in craft number 18. Jeff Scott has moved back to the 3rd position in U.S. Auto Supply. Carson Fabro in 4th. Dan Harold trails it in some toy 5. Aid, your leader. And John, we've mentioned this numerous times today. Pono out of Maine, he's a rookie. He's gaining confidence.
Yes, sir, looking really good behind the seat of that 18, one of the older crafts in the world here at racing. That boat's been around the block a time or two, but he's doing a great job running in second position. But it's still Jimmy Aid, Largo, Florida, in cahoots again, the A33, the BMW powered. He'll come off the exit of turn number 2. White flag this time by.
Off turn number 2, John, you're correct. White flag displayed. Beautiful shot from the drone as they come down the front chute. Jim Aid in front. Dominic Pono in the 2nd position. And Jeff Scott in 3rd in U.S. Auto Supply. So the top 3 working their final time around. Carson Fabro now completes his third lap in fourth, and Dan Harold in fifth. So, John, good separation here, but the 76-year-old veteran, Jim Aid, he's sharp.
Yeah, looking really good here as Jim Aid as he goes down the backstretch, half a lap away from his back-to-back victories here. He'll pick up another 100 points in the final here in the A-Boat final. And Jim Aid in cahoots again out of Largo, Florida. He'll come through the apex of turn number 2 on the 4th and final lap. Jeff Ayler, bring him to the checker flag.
Final turn, final lap. Jim Aid out of the Sunshine State of Florida, bringing sunshine to the bluegrass state of Kentucky. He sees the South Central Bank start-finish line. Your winner, 2.5 mod, Jim Aid in cahoots again. Second place to Dominic Pono out of Rangeley, Maine in the number 18 boat. Jeff Scott will cross in third in the U.S. Auto Supply. Fourth to Carson Fabro in the Fabro Racing. And Dan Harold will come across in the fifth position in the Sumtoy 5. So, up next is E350. That will be followed by the Grand Prix APBA Summer National Championship. Don't go away. We got the big ones coming up, the last race of the day. Tony Black, you're excited about it. Tate's going to be tough to handle in one, but you got to be at the line at 0 at full song, full throttle. You don't want to be cute and lagging back in lane 1, because if you don't get there with the boys, you get wet.
They will pinch him down quick. Hey, I just want to give a shout out. This last heat, and I am so proud of this, 4, count them 4, former driving school students, 2 of them in the last, or 3 of them in the last 2 years, 3 years, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Those were driving school students.
I don't know if you heard us, but I like the progression of Dominic Pono. He's in an older boat that John Tomey has mentioned, and Pono can get it done. Better craft, he's one to look for in the future.
He's a hungry little guy, isn't he?
Out of Rangeley, Maine, and I like that too, bringing people clear up from the northeastern part of the United States down here to Kentucky driving hydroplanes. That's good stuff.
You know, I think we got him hooked. Yeah. I think he's going to be a player. You know, he's talking about putting some of his crew members in this boat next year and maybe moving up to a bigger class. I think he's got them covered.
And Jeff Scott, he looked good in the U.S. Auto Supply, and got a good team manager down there. A guy named Mark Weber is the team manager of his team, and he's going to kick butt if they don't do good.
You know, what better mentors to have, you know, the Weber family, Mike and Mark, Steve. These guys are nothing but class, and they sure know how to make boats get around the race course.
As always, great visiting with you. John, tell me, I can see it, Tony Black's eyes. He's ready for the APBA Summer National Final in GP. He's pacing, he's walking. I think he feels he's in one of these boats in the 6-boat final. I'd like to see you out there, too.
Tony's a great ambassador for the sport. As you said, Region 6 inboard chairman here in Region 6, and then a tremendous job that he does. We've talked about it a lot this weekend, but it needs to be said, the job that he does with that school boat and that driver's school, man. They do a great job just getting people interested, and that's all you got to do. You just got to get them interested, figure out something that's a little bit different, a little bit niche, but you get them interested, you get them out here, get them in a boat, let them drive it, man, they're going to get hooked, and that's what's happened. It's really cool.
So with that, coming down to our final 2 races of the afternoon here in Owensboro for day number 2 of 3 of the Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes. John, one more time, I wanted to mention the Summer Jam and Light Up Festival tonight here on the shoreline. It'll take place at 7 o'clock and fireworks at 8:30. It's going to be a fun time tonight in Owensboro, but we'd be remiss if we didn't mention our primary sponsor once again here at the Owensboro HydroFair, Jago Homes, headquartered right here in the Big O of Owensboro, Kentucky. Jago Homes builds communities. They are in Kentucky as well, in Bowling Green and Louisville, across the river in Indiana, located in Newburgh, Huntingburg, and Evansville. Scott and Bill Jago, co-owners, Marketing Director Chip Dormeyer, Jago Homes, your primary sponsor for the 2022 Owensboro HydroFair.
So, Jeff, all these final preparations going in on these GP teams, everybody's starting the engines up, getting them warmed up, double checking all the bolts and nuts and everything, and getting ready to roll for that APBA Summer National Championship. It's going to be a good one. I'm really excited. 6 boats coming at you at one time is going to be something.
For our fans along the shoreline and watching at home through Concept Sound and Light, getting a few more E350 boats in the water, and then we'll expect 1 to the 5 to come across from the officials of the American Powerboat Association. Stand by, 350s Up next, here they go. Attention the pits. Attention the pits. E350 drivers, stand by for your clock countdown to 1 to the 5. Coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is 1 to the 5 for E350. Shooting for a 4:30 final for the Grand Prix Summer National Championship. "30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. "20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is the 5-minute period for E350. John Tomey, take them away.
All right, first boat out of the pit area, the General RV. Next boat out, the 442, the composite-born Jimmy Roll. The 142, U.S. Auto Supply, Robert Betke. The 18, Dominic Pono. And that's the 4 of them that are going to make the call. E350 final. All 4 coming at you, Jeff Ehler.
Thank you, John. First boat by the start-finish line is boat number 40, Miss General RV with Mike Horvath. Followed by boat in the middle, that is the 442 of Jimmy Roll. Boat to the outside is the U.S. Auto Supply with Rob Betke. To the inside, number 18 is Dominic Pono. Coming up on 3:55 until the start, 3:55 away.
Mike Horvath getting another ride in that General RV D40. Did a great job earlier this afternoon. We'll see if he can duplicate that as he comes through turn number 2, the predominantly red craft. Who is inside? That's the guy we've been talking about this weekend. Dominic Pono doing a great job. He's on the inside. The boat to his outside, the 142 U.S. Auto Supply, Robert Betke, and the 442 Jimmy Roll out of Evansville, Indiana.
E350 coming up on the 3-minute mark. 3 minutes away. John, one of our participants out here, Rob Betke, he's got a fans online watching. Thanks to AJ Kish out of Michigan. They wanted me to say hello to Mike and Monica Becky. They are the parents of Rob Becky, driving the U.S. Auto Supply here in the E350s. And John, we've been getting lots of texts and messages, and we've had a good day with fans and friends watching online the Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes, and we couldn't do it without Concept Sound and Light and Axiom. Without those two organizations, the World Wide Web would be silent with boat racing here in Owensboro, but with them, we can provide live coverage to you, to your phone, computer, TV, whatever device you prefer to watch the Owensboro HydroFair.
Yeah, they've done a great job yesterday and today. Got all the gremlins worked out yesterday. We're doing really good here this afternoon. I expect nothing less tomorrow as well. But how about that? When they came by, all four of them were side by side by side. That's a great photo opportunity for you fans that are up there at the convention center with Jeff. Now, you don't have the air conditioning that Jeff has, but it's still a good photo shoot.
And Aaron Stevens, the race director at the Hapo Columbia Cup. John, can you believe it? Aaron wanted to give me a shout out today, and I'm giving you a shout out, John. Aaron, glad you're watching, and had a good Hapo Columbia Cup a couple of weeks ago out in Tri-Cities, Washington, and coming up on the 1:15 mark here for the 350s. I think we're getting more viewers because they're ready for that 4:30 APBA Summer National Championship with Grand Prix, but we got to get through these 350s. We're a minute away.
Yeah, 1 minute from the start.
We got one going inside a buoy.
Oh, no.
We got one going inside a buoy, and I believe that is Becky, and now he's went dead in the water.
Well, maybe he felt something going amiss, and he decided he wanted to get out of the way and not fall dead in that turn number 1 there. So if that's the case, that's heads-up driving by Becky just to get out of the way. But the other three are coming down the backstretch. It looks like Horvath will be in 1, Pono in 2, and on the outside will be the composite point of Jimmy Roll from Evansville, Indiana, as they come through the apex of 2. 17 seconds from the start, E-boat final, Jeff. They're coming at you.
Thank you, John Tomey. We're at the 10-second mark. Should be a good start here in E350. Coming to the South Central Bank start-finish line. We're 3, 2, 1. Mark, clean start. We're racing. Mike Horvath leads him across the line in Miss General RV. Followed by Dominic Pono in craft number 18 out of Maine. And Jimmy Roll in the 3rd spot. In the 4.42 off the turn, 66-year-old Mike Horvath, hammer down.
Mike Horvath looking great. He was the best starter there in that heat. You see how important it is to have a good start. He's already opened up by almost half a straightaway over top of Dominic Pono running back in 2nd. By Horvath, he'll turn left first here at the bottom of the race course in turn number 2. Throws up a nice wall of water. Great boat ride for that old Jamie Auld Hall as he comes off the exit of turn number 2 to complete lap number 1.
Miss General RV, your leader out of the state of Michigan, Mike Horvath from Dearborn. 1 complete, 3 to go, and he got around that first lap quickly, comfortably out in front. Dominic Pono doubling up this weekend in 2.5 mod and 350. Running in the 2nd position. And Jimmy Roll in the 3rd spot in composite porn. And boy, John, Jimmy Roll is gaining confidence throughout the weekend. He's walking that boat side by side across the start-finish line, and that's good to see. Rookie on the tour.
Absolutely. When they start walking and chime walking it, we call it, when they're able to chime walk it across the sponsons, that means they are getting a little bit more confident. But it's checked out. Mike Horvath, he comes through turn 2 right now, looking really good. He'll come off the exit of 2. It'll be 2 down, 2 to go when they come by you this time.
Horvath by the South Central Bank start-finish line. As John Tomey mentioned, 2 complete, 2 to go. Beautiful shot of the Miss General RV from the drone entering turn number 1 here on the 1 1/4 mile race course on the Ohio River in Owensboro, Kentucky. Dominic Pono remains in 2nd. Nice shot of Jimmy Roll in the third position, coming off turn number 2 in composite porn. You see he's doing that walking, kind of working that front canard wing. Keep it down, Jimmy. We don't want it to go over. Keep it steady and safe entering turn number 1. But, John, the story of this one's been Mike Horvath. He's right in front of you.
Yeah, from the get-go, Horvath had a great start, and he's led it from start to finish here. Basically, he's going to come off the exit of turn number 2. Bring him to the white flag, Jeff. One more lap around.
Horvath coming to the South Central Bank start-finish line. White flag is displayed. 1 1/4 miles to victory for Mike Horvath. Dominic Pono remains in second, and Jimmy Roll in the third position. Horvath working through turn number 1 in front of the Blue Bridge turn, and John Horvath has looked good, but Dylan Godell, the primary driver, he'll have the seat tomorrow. I think Horvath might negotiate.
Yeah, he's done a great job so far here at the Owensboro HydroFair, and half a lap away from his second victory of the day in that E40, the General RV sponsored E40, looking really good through the apex of turn number 2. No challengers within sight. Here's your leader off the exit of 2. Bring him to the checker flag.
Horvath off the turn, checkered flag waving. Here's your winner of the E350 qualifier at the Owensboro HydroFair, presented by Jago Homes, Mike Horvath and Miss General RV. And John, we got a battle for second. Pono is slowed, and here comes Jimmy Roll.
Pono looked like he had some issues up there at the top of the race course. He'll come through the bottom. Now he's opened it back up over top of Jimmy Roll as he'll come through the apex of turn number 2. So it'll be checker flag this time by. Great weekend so far for this young driver, Dominic Pono. He's done a great job all the way from the state of Maine. Bring him to the start finish.
Pono got word, hit that throttle when they saw Roll closing. Dominic Pono, second position in E18 out of the state of Maine. Need to get a lobster sponsor on that one. Third position will go to Jimmy Roll in composite porn, and not certain where you can go with the sponsor name in the future on that one. But Horvath wins it in 350.
Nice job by Mike and that team. Dylan Goodell, I know. Dylan has been around the sport for a little while. He started with an all-wood boat a couple years ago and impressed a lot of people, and then they picked up this boat a couple years back, and they've done really good campaigning this E40. So congrats to them. We'll see Dylan in the wheel tomorrow. But Jeff Ayler, RGPs are being lowered into the Ohio River for the U.S. Summer National Championship to be decided here in just a few.
Thank you, John Tomey. Next up, as John mentioned, the winner-take-all GP APBA Summer Nationals for Grand Prix combined event this weekend for GP and HRL. Fans along the shoreline, may I have your attention? Our assistant referee scheduled for this weekend, Dave Shaw, had an unfortunate medical issue. Dave, we are so glad to see you here today. Let's give Dave Shaw a round of applause. You stay over there and I'll crank him up. Oh, he's going to come over and he's going to say something.
If something bad had to happen, this is the best place for it. That hospital was tremendous. Can't say a bad word about them. If it wasn't for them, I don't know how this would have turned out. But Wednesday night, I had a heart attack. I was in there in rough shape, and here I am today. So thank you to Owensboro Healthcare.
Round of applause to Owensboro Health. Dave, great to see you. Looking good. Sit down. From
Jeff.
Chief Referee Don Malello. He needs a bottle of water, too.
Jeff, tell Dave we were all thinking about him that whole time. I mean, that was some news to come across, so I'm very happy to hear that he's doing okay.
All right, John, let's get these race fans pumped up. APBA, Grand Prix, Summer Nationals. Let's hear from you, Owensboro. Lane number 6. Who likes Yannick Leger and Visit Owensboro? Lane number 5. Jeff Bernard from Kent, Washington, driving Homes by Benny Clark. Lane number 4 from Waverly, New Zealand, Ken Lupton, Lucas Oil. Lane number 3 out of Lake Stevens, Washington, Greg Hopp. Jago Homes presents Super Shine. Lane number 2 from Waverly, New Zealand, Jack Lupton, Lupton Motorsports. Lane number 1, the 777, Andrew Tate from Walled Lake, Michigan, Axiom Miss Owensboro. That's your lineup, John Tomey, for the Grand Prix Summer National Championship. Let's get it on.
That's a dynamite lineup. The top 2, both with 2 victories between the 33 and the 777 this weekend, separated by less than a tenth. That's how Andrew got 1, Jack got 2. Less than a tenth of a second between the top 2 to determine that inside lane. Don't forget about the trailer boats either. We got the 50 and the 35. They'll start a rooster tail back. It'll be an 8-boat final. And if everybody jumps, and I know, Jeff Baylor, there's an instance where that happened in the unlimited ranks where the entire field jumped and the trailer boat won it. It can happen.
John just got word all of our Grand Prix heats this weekend is sponsored by Owensboro Health. Engineering team, I'm glad you turned the Jeff cam on. John Tomey, I am standing. I might just stand up for all this Summer National Final. What you think?
Well, it's about time. I think I've been standing for 6 hours.
I'm going to sit down then.
Oh, God. Well, we're getting them lowered in here, Jeff Eller. It's a buzz down here in the pit area. I'm telling you, everybody's starting to just wander towards the bank. Boats getting lowered in. Teams are on the docks. Drivers are starting to get strapped in. It's a little warm, so they're waiting for everybody to get lowered in. But we're going to have 8 of them. They're going to make their way out. It's going to be a spectacular GPA HRL final here for the U.S. Summer Nationals. Dean Rojas making his way up to get a better shot. President, go ahead, Dean. You can talk if you want, but Dean, I know you got a lot going on, but how about this 8-boat final?
No, we're very excited to have the 8 fastest boats in the world, I think, here at Owensboro. Looking forward to a great final. Andrew Tate, great 2 first-place finishes, matching up with Jack Lupton and Ken Lupton. And, GP15, Miss Jago Holmes, Greg Hopp, coming in lane 3. So it's going to be a great final. We have 8 boats, 6 on the front line, and 2 trailers.
It's going to be awesome, Dean. Great job putting this together. Let's have a safe 8-boat final. Jeff, our final boat being put in.
Thank you, John Tomey. We got a word from the Owensboro Fire Department. These are for our participants in the pit area. After the GP final, they asked for about 30 minutes for no vehicles to enter or exit the pit area. Kind of give them 30 minutes. That's just for safety procedures, and that's a word from the Owensboro Fire Department and all of our contingent in the pit area. We would appreciate you following the direction of the Owensboro Fire Department. About 30 minutes after the race, please refrain from entering or exiting the pit area with your vehicles. Thank you. APBA Summer Nationals, Andrew Tate, lane number 1, 2 heat wins on the day. Jack Lupton, lane number 2, identical 2 heat wins on the weekend. Tate won lane 1 by better elapsed time in the qualifiers. Greg Hopp, a first and a second. He'll be in lane number 3 in the Jago Homes Presents Super Shine. Ken Lupton, a first, and a third will be in lane number 4 in Lucas Oil. Jeff Bernard, your current point leader in GPA on the weekend with 2 second-place finishes, and Yannick Leger, second in HRL points behind Andrew Tate, your leader. Leger this weekend so far in the Visit Owensboro, 1 second and 1 third. John, that's your 6-boat lineup. I like it. It's going to be fast, it's going to be intense, and it's going to be quick. 1.25-mile course, 5-mile competition heat. The second largest hydroplane in the world, getting ready to compete for the APBA Summer National Final. 24-foot length hull, 12-foot width, 2,700-pound racing vessel. All boats powered by a 468 cubic inch supercharged engine. These crafts generate up to 1,400 horsepower. Straightaway speeds, yes, capable of 170 miles per hour. These boats are set up for competition. John, at the end of each shooting this final, 155, 160 is not in doubt. We could see it.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I'm sure you're going to see it here in this final. As you said, 1/10 of a second separated first and second on elapsed time. The 4 laps run in just over 2 minutes and 40 seconds. We got a boat being towed back to the pit area. We'll get him off the race course, and we still got to get Yannick Leger in the Visit Owensboro into the water. And once we have him in, we'll have all 8 boats. Everybody else is starting to get strapped in to their Grand Prix hydroplanes. Got to be fun to get in one of these with 468 behind you. A lot of power, a lot of speed. Pretty cool experience.
All right, John, I just got breaking news up here. The Grand Prix Series this weekend, class sponsor Owensboro Health. Fans, I've talked about a 6-boat final. Plus 2 equals 8. We got 2 trailers. Bobby Kennedy, GP35, Kentucky Tile Distributors, and GP50, Ken Brody, and Hughes Concrete. We're going to have 8 out here in the final. 6 up on the front row and 2 trailing. Look out.
Yeah, we were talking just a second ago, Jeff. I think you better know than me, but I know in the unlimited ranks at one time, all the boats jumped on the front row, and one of the trailer boats won the final. You could probably know the date and time of that. I don't.
John, you mentioned that, and Don Malello, the chief referee, and I was at that lone unlimited hydroplane race where the trailer boat won the final heat. 1993, the Texaco Star Mart Cup at Mission Bay in San Diego. Mike Hansen in Miss Madison Racing came from the trailer position to win in the Kellogg's Frosted Flakes. It was done unlimited one time. It is a hard feat to tackle. I don't know if any rich strikes are here this weekend to do that from behind. We'll find out.
Yeah, I don't know about that, buddy. These guys are really good at what they do. I'm sure all 6 of them are going to be right on it at that start-finish line, but you never know. That's why you put the trailers in there. They're going to run hard. They'll have to start a full rooster tail behind the rest of the field. So give it about 5 seconds usually, and then they'll come across start-finish line, the 2 trailer boats being the 35 and the 50. But don't count them out. Anything can happen. Our final boat being lowered in, Yannick Leger, the GP21, the Visit Owensboro Supernova. Yannick consistent and always in contention. A great boat coming out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Great to see these guys here in Owensboro. We are almost ready to go.
Oh, John just had a FaceTime call thanks to Emily with Martin. Rock on! He's tuned in online up in Valleyfield, Quebec. It looks like a great day in Quebec. Sunny skies. blue skies, and they're having a big party outside watching us online here with the live stream, courtesy of Concept Sound and Light and Axiom, and rock on. Good to see you, even though it was on the telephone.
Yeah, Martin, I'm sure they're partying up. Him and JP probably sitting there watching what's going on. Two really good guys, great team. They come out with that 773, the RTX-sponsored H350. They do a great job. Good luck to them and Sorrel Tracy, their final race of the year.
John, I mentioned earlier to Tony Black, Andrew Tate in lane number 1, no doubt handicapping the favorite on paper in here.
Sure.
But lane number 1, if you are late to the line when the clock strikes 0 and the boats in 2, 3, and 4 to the outside are at the line at 0, that's where that pinching activity comes in turn number 1. They can leave a lane, but that wash off the skid fin, the rooster tail, gets a little suspect where you're on the buoys when you're late to the line at 0.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think I'd almost rather be in 2, because if you're in 1, it's really hard to judge with the guys on the outside, and sometimes the guys on the outside will try to pull you across early, and then your whole race is screwed. So it's really tough to be in 1. I think Andrew's going to be fine. He's done it a long time. He's a really good pilot. You know that in the 777. Anybody can win it from 1. He's going to win it from 1. But we saw in Valleyfield with Jeff Bernard had the lane 1. He struck that inside lane. So it's all a matter of timing. And we're almost ready. Yannick just got in the boat. We should be getting the word here shortly.
John, you read my mind. Jeff Bernard out at lane number 5. He's pretty crafty. Here's a great opportunity for the Homes by Benny Clark team to drive up deep quickly prior to the startup in turn number 2 and come down with a lot of boat momentum on the outside and see if he can drag a bunch of them across with him down to the inside, because if that's your strategy and you know what you're doing, you can lift at that right time when you think you can time it at 0 and hope the other guys are catching your eye and jump the gun. We've seen it happen before. Could we see it again?
Happens all the time. That's why the trailer boats are so important here. If they all get pulled across, then the 50 and the 35 become highly competitive in this 8-boat final. But I'll tell you, Jeff, it's the first time, if they all get out on the water, that we've had an 8-boat final in GP in a long time. The biggest one we had was 7. We did a 7-boat final in Cambridge, Maryland 2 years ago, but it's been a while since we've had 8.
Attention to the pits.
Oh, yeah.
Attention to the pits. GP drivers, stand by for your clock countdown to 1 to the 5 for the Summer National Championship. Coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is 1 to the 5 for the Grand Prix Summer National Final. Our class sponsor, Owensboro Health.
Bouncing off the shoreline over there.
30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. $20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That is the 5-minute period for the Owensboro Health Grand Prix APBA Summer National Championship. Drivers, crank them up.
All right, Jeff Taylor, here we go. APBA Summer National Championship Grand Prix Final. First boat off the dock, Bobby Kennedy in the 35, Yannick Leger in the 21, the 33 of Jack Lupton, the 577 of Ken Lupton, the 79 of Jeff Bernard. Those are the first 5 out of the pit area. Andrew Tate is getting pushed away now. The 15 of Greg Hopp, he's waiting. Here comes Brody. 6 of them are out. Waiting on two more, Jeff. Take it away.
Thank you, John Tomey. Coming up on the 4-minute mark, we saw Bobby Kennedy. He has the closed capsule lid up on the GP35 Kentucky Tile Distributors. Now he has closed it. Let's hope there's not a problem with the capsule of the 35. Jack Lupton in turn number 1, followed by his brother Ken Lupton. That's our Waverly, New Zealand entry. The baby blue, orange, the Gulf throwback colors. Yannick Leger out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. On the outside of turn number 1 and visit Owensboro. Kennedy has that capsule problem solved. He's in front of Leger in Kentucky Tile Distributors. The orange boat with the checkered flag effect on the decking. Homes by Benny Clark. That's Jeff Bernard. His family's watching at home in Washington State. His mom, Sue, along with daughters Blakely and Ryland. Andrew Tate off turn number 1, Miss Owensboro. John Tomey, assigned lanes, clock start. Right now as a driver, you want to make the timing marks right. Everybody has been behind that exit pin at turn number 2, well before 10 seconds. You need to be there at 10 seconds.
Here, but Greg Howe just fired up to 15. Right now, they're just coming out of the pit area, finding their spot on the race course. Time and runs are done. We're 2:30 away. Everybody knows where they need to be. The only suspect thing with here is if you're in 5 or 6, you might need to do a time and run from lane 5 or 6 because you haven't had to do that yet where we've only had 4 in a heat. But with 2:20 away, Jeff Ayler, we got all 8 on the race course.
2:15 away. Lane 1, Andrew Tate. Lane 2, Jack Lupton. Lane 3, Greg Hobb. Lane 4, Ken Lupton. Lane 5, Jeff Bernard. Lane 6, Yannick Leger. Our trailers, Bobby Kennedy, Ken Brody. 2 minutes. 2 minutes until the start. Our class sponsors, Owensboro Health. It is the Grand Prix APBA Summer National Championship. We are now 145 away, 145. John, 8 boats. It's going to get loud.
It's going to get loud and it's going to get rough. When they come around to turn number 1 with all 8 of them at one time, it's going to get really rough. And as this race goes on, it's just going to get rougher and rougher and rougher. That inside lane is going to be tough for Andrew and that 777 team, but he's going to hold it in there. He wants to be right on that buoy line. Be very interesting to see how Jack Lupton runs from lane number 2.
And John, earlier this year, watching online with the stream from HRL at Valleyfield, Quebec, Tate's key to victory in GP final at Valleyfield. Super start at 0 at full tilt. Can he do it again in lane 1 here? We're a minute away.
He's going to have to, Jeff Ayler. We're inside 1 minute to the start. Everybody's starting to conjure up there in turn number 1. Tate just cut the race course. I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby cut the race course. He's up there really early. Everybody else pretty much good on their time and marks. We're 40 seconds away. Tate 1, Lupton 2, Hop 3, Ken Lupton 4. Out in lane 5 is the
John, even though it's a sign lanes, Tate was trailing back. Now he's got some clean water. He'll slide into 1. Set the alignment. 20 seconds away.
Here we go. Tate, Lupton, Hop, Lupton, Bernard, and Leger. We're 16 seconds from the start. APBA GP Summer National Championship. They're coming your way.
Should be a good start. Everybody behind the exit pin at 10 seconds. South Central Bank start finish line. We're 3, 2, 1. Mark. It's a clean start here in the GP Summer National Final. Jack Lupton led him across the line in lane number 2 in Lupton Motorsports. Andrew Tate in lane number 1. It is Jack Lupton in front off the corner.
Lupton, your leader down the backstretch. Andrew Tate is right there, but Jack Lupton's got the boat speed on the outside from lane number 2. Andrew Tate's going to hold it inside and shorter way around. We're on that. Oh, my God, they got really tight as they come through turn number 2.
John,
Lupton is your leader.
We'll come down to complete lap number 1. John, I'm sorry if I stepped on you. Momentary technical failure. It is deck-to-deck dueling in the Summer Nationals. It's Tate on the inside. Jack Lupton on the outside. Jeff Bernard. Owen Lupton just lost to Calling in second. Now Tate is in the lead. Lupton back by 3 boat lengths John Tate in front, Lupton charging hard in second.
It is side by side for the lead. We're 1.5 in, 2.5 to go here in the APBA Summer National Championship. Tate on the inside, Lupton on the outside. Two boats side by side. Oh my God! Tate left the right spots and out of the water. He was way out. And Lupton's lost to Callan. They'll come down to complete lap number 2. 2 in the books, 2 to go.
Boy, Lupton trying to keep Tate tight to the pins. It was close. They just about collided in turn number 2. We're halfway through the Summer National Final in Owensboro. The battle is up in the front. Andrew Tate, your leader. Miss Owensboro, but Jack Lupton, minus his engine tally, not giving up in Lupton Motorsports. Jeff Bernard in third. 2.5 in, 1.5 to go. 777 in front.
Andrew Tate now has the lead, but Lupton's still there. He's hidden in the Rouge et Tail, only about 2 boat lanes back. Andrew Tate, he'll turn left first, but Lupton is driving the hell out of the 33. They'll come to the apex of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 3. Bring up to the white flag.
White flag display. Andrew Tate sees the South Central Bank start-finish line. Now he walks it from side to side. Tate in front, more comfortable advantage, making the Rooster Tail over Jack Lupton in second. Lupton Motorsports. Bernard in the third position. Tate, your leader. Hop in fourth, Brody in fifth, Leger in sixth. Final time around, and John, look at them rollers in the infield, but the race course looks good.
Andrew Tate half a lap away from the APBA Summer National Championship in Miss Owensboro, but Jack Lupton out of Waverly, New Zealand is not giving up yet. Andrew Tate, Wild Lake, Michigan through the apex of turn number 2. He'll come around off the apex of turn number 2. Bring him home, Jeff Ayler.
Final turn, final lap. Here is your winner of the APBA Summer Nationals and Grand Prix in Owensboro. It's Andrew Tate and Miss Owensboro. Second place will go to Jack Lupton in the Lupton Motorsports in a dynamite drive in the runner-up position. Jeff Bernard will cross in third in the Holmes by Benny Clark. Greg Hopp will come across in the fourth position, and Jago Holmes presents Super Shine. Coming down to get fifth out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada, Yannick Leger in Visit Owensboro. And your sixth place boat, Ken Lupton, will come down to get the sixth spot. And Lucas Oil, our 2 trailer boats experienced problems. Bobby Kennedy went back to the pit dock and did not finish. In Kentucky Tile Distributors, and Ken Brody dead in front of us outside the Kentucky Legend Pier, dead in the water in Hughes Concrete. John told me what a final heat. Tate won it, but a masterful, aggressive drive by Jack Lupton. He did not give up. What a drive by Lupton in the second position, but Tate wins the Summer Nationals in Owensboro.
Yeah, heck of a drive by both of those guys. You saw them when they were coming down the backstretch on the cool-down lap. Jack Lupton and Andrew Tate both lifted up the hood latch to each other, congratulating each other on a hard-fought win there for that Andrew Tate and the Steeler team. The Miss Owensboro, your winner of the GP Summer National Championship. This Steeler team is real happy behind me, Jeff Ayler. But like I said, that 1/10 of a second during those qualifiers, how important was that lane number 1 for Andrew Tate?
Very valuable, very valuable. Jack Lupton, if he'd been on the pins and Tate in 2, could have been a different story. But Andrew Tate, dynamite pilot, your winner here last year in Owensboro. Andrew, of course, the 2018 APBA Gold Cup winner, wins the Summer Nationals here in Owensboro. Race fans, let's give it up for Grand Prix. John Tomey in the pits, and I'm sure you'll make your way to Andrew Tate.
Yeah, well, let him get congratulations from his team and get a drink of water, and then we'll get on to him there and talk to him a little bit. But a dynamite final here in the APBA Summer National Championship. Don't get much better than that. For 3 laps, it was a half to 2 boat lengths behind for Jack. And man, we'll see what tomorrow brings. We'll start all over and do it again tomorrow. But man, heck of a job, your APBA Summer National Championship, Andrew Tate.
I'd like to thank our Grand Prix class sponsor once again, Owensboro Health, Thank you, Owensboro Health, for your sponsorship, and also to the class sponsor of Grand Prix here this weekend at the Owensboro HydroFair, presented by Jago Homes. John Tomey in the pits. He will speak to our winning driver, Andrew Tate, here hopefully in just a moment.
Andrew getting to talk to Mike Gleblin right here, one of the crew chiefs for this 777 team, and he's going to walk over this way, and we'll give him a shout here in just a second. But Andrew, great drive. I'll tell you what, man, that's 2 times in a row here in Owensboro you've given a thrill to the fans. That was a great drive. You and Jack Lupton, heck of a show, my man.
Yeah, me and Jack had a doozy of a battle there. That was a lot of fun. He had the jump on us at the start and let us coming out of the first turn. And I think being next to him, I know he's going to go 4 laps hard, not quit. So it was a pleasure. Hey, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Great drive by you. We talked about it a little bit after your victory in the qualifier, but APBA Summer National Championships got a nice ring to it. How about this team? I mean, this Steeler team behind you, every time the boat gets on the trailer, 6 or 7 guys go up there and start working on it. I'm telling you, it's a team effort. You are the shoe, but they're the heart and soul of this team, aren't they?
We think we got the best piece out there, and we got the best team. They make my job pretty easy. I get to go sit in the cockpit and have fun. They're out here in the sun all day sweating, but couldn't do it without him. Mr. Tom Snyder, Huey Newport, and the rest of the guys. Thanks to Axiom for partnering up with us. I hope we did you guys proud, and looking forward to getting back together with you next year.
Well, Andrew, congratulations, but we got to do it again tomorrow, my man. You're not done.
I need a break. I need a good night's sleep. That Kiwi boy down there, Jack Lupton, gave me about all I could handle. But great race, a lot of fun. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely. Your winner, Owensboro, the Miss Owensboro, Andrew Tate, your winner of the GP final.
Thank you, John Tomey. Don't forget the party is just starting today. Downtown Summer Jam live music begins at 7 p.m. this evening in McConnell Plaza. And you do not want to miss the Lights on the Ohio show at 8:30. It will be a pyro musical with bridge lights and fireworks all set to a great soundtrack that everyone will enjoy. Once again, your winner of the Grand Prix Summer Nationals here at the Owensboro HydroFair, presented by Jago Homes, Andrew Tate and Miss Owensboro. Second place to Jack Lupton and Lupton Motorsports. John Tomey, you got another interview?
I'm going to get one here in a minute. Try to find Jack. I'm giving him a second, but want to give everybody a shout out here that at 5:15 in the pit area underneath the big white tent, we will have for the Summer National Championship at 5:15 underneath the big white tent right here in the pits. Everybody is welcome, fans included, to come on down. Come on down and enjoy the award ceremony where we'll present the Summer National Championship to Miss Owensboro. Give me a second, Jeff. I'm going to try to here and find Jack.
Thank you, John. Jeff Bernard rounded out the top 3 in the Homes by Benny Clark. Before we sign off this evening, John will have another interview or two, but volunteers, thank you. Great work today by everybody involved with American Hydroplane events, our officials from the American Powerboat Association and the Hydroplane Racing League here this weekend from Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. All of our sponsors involved. It is so great to have hydroplane racing back in Owensboro, Kentucky, led by our event coordinator, Randy Lentz. And we'd like to thank once again our live streaming provider and sound provider, Concept Sound and Light, led by Flint Razier. And Jason Snyder, you done a great job with Axiom on the graphics today. Great combination of work with our engineering team, a Concept Sound and Light and Axiom. Plenty of activity here on the river this evening. See Ken Brody going back in on the tow rope in the Hughes concrete. And John, would you get a chance? I'll go ahead and put the microphone down, jump in with another interview, and we'll wait for you.
Yep, I'm getting there right now. Andrew and Jack are actually talking about the race. I don't want to interrupt them, but I want to talk to Jack about that. So as soon as they get done, we'll stick our nose in there and talk to Jack. Jeff, we got our second place finisher, Jack Lupton, APBA Summer National Championship, second place, buddy. You drove the hell out of it. I'm just going to say it, man. You really drove the 33 hard. Blew the Callan off somewhere on lap number 2. We don't even know where it landed up, but you're there, buddy. You're right there.
Yeah, we got a pretty good start. It was a bit of a luck, but yeah, I knew Andrew was coming, and it was only a matter of time, but tried to keep him as honest as I could for a couple of laps, but that whole Steeler crew are pretty impressive, and they deserve to be at the top, and it's fair to say all these GPs in the pit are trying to chase them down, but they seem to keep bumping it up another level every time you try to catch them. So.
Yeah, but a heck of a drive by you. You guys have put together 1/10 to have that inside lane, my man.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully tomorrow we can do a little bit better and go through the boat, go through the motor, and see if we can have another shot at them tomorrow. But you know, no matter what lane you're on or who's inside or outside, you know you're always going to be in for a good battle, and that's how competitive this GP class is, and it's good to see these 12 boats here this weekend.
Yeah, it's awesome to see the caliber of boat that has come out here to Owensboro. But real quick, talk about the trust level that you have to have with a boat inside of you, because you can control the course. Once you separate away from the rest of the field, as the outside boat, you can control. But Andrew on the inside, you got to trust him with everything you got.
Oh, definitely. But, you know, boat racing on and off on the track is really good, and you get that sort of feeling every time you go out there that everyone you're with, you trust them, and hopefully they trust you too. And the most important thing is to come back to land and have a beer with everyone after a good battle. So.
Well, congratulations, second place. You can do it again tomorrow, my man. All right, that's Jack Lupton, second place, Jeff Ayler.
Thank you, John Tomey. And John, great working with you today. We got to do it tomorrow. Great job. Looking forward to it.
Sir, yes, sir, my friend. Been a great time. We'll do it again tomorrow. I'm ready, but I'm going to get a cold beer and some shade.
Okay. For everyone involved, thank you. Day number 2 of 3 of the Owensboro HydroFair presented by Jago Homes is in the books. We'll be back tomorrow. Closed course racing scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. For John Tomey, I'm Jeff Ayler. Remember, if you have to leave the venue, leave the racing on the water. Have a safe night and enjoy Owensboro.